across a recording while I was cleaning him. He says he belongs to someone called Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Where's the pizza?
Balls.
Hello. Shabooby boop. Hi. Hi everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How we doing? Oh, you know what? We could probably turn this on. These bad boys. We could probably put your little chat boxes over there. Hi guys, welcome in. How we doing? Hello, hello. Oh hey, it's Ellie. Yes, this is my Ellie cosplay. I still owe you guys a cosplay stream, but this is not it. This is just, you know, I was going with it. I was feeling the vibe. Congrats on partner. Thank you, Kaukiji. Thank you, thank you. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello.
Hello there.
Hello there. I have a little oat milk latte that I'm sipping on here. So we're gonna get some caffeine in our systems. Hello, Deerna. Hello, Sub-Zero. Hey, Yo-Yo. Ninja.
Hello there.
Are those sound alerts like seriously loud for anyone else, or is it just me? Fancy new partner on my screen. Oh, hi. I am not home yet. I am still in Aussie land. They're supersonic loud. Okay, we're gonna turn them down a little bit. We're just gonna turn them down. Is it a Photoshop check mark? Yes, it is. Weave, how you doing? Demi, welcome in. Hi, Viz. Hello, hello. Hi, Cinery. Z! Z! Thank you for the raid, Z! Welcome in. What were we doing? Some GTA 5. So we got GTA 5 working. Hell yes. How are you enjoying it? Hello, Peepa fucking partner. It happened! I can't believe it happened. I freaked out. Oh my god, it was incredible. Hello, Mason. How are you doing? Z, how is GTA 5? Let me know. Been a minute. Yeah, it's been a minute, Mason. How you been? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gandalfus. Glad they let you back in the U.S. Not yet, Slappy. I'm still in Aussie land. I'm not going back to the U.S. for another couple of weeks. So you will be seeing me in Loz's stream room for the next couple of weeks before I head home. It was inevitable. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so pleased. How many times did you have to apply for a partner? So this was my third application. This is my third application for a partner. I was turned down twice. Last time they rejected me, they said they wanted to monitor my viewership for another 3 to 4 weeks and see how it went. They wanted every single stream to have an average of over 75 viewers, which is terrifying because then you become so focused about like the numbers, and that doesn't really make streaming very fun when you're just staring at a number the whole time. So I'm relieved that I don't have to worry about that anymore, that we just have the check mark and we can just enjoy some games and enjoy each other. But I'm very pleased. Yes, I'm very happy. Most recent Australian Twitch partner. Exactly. I'm in Aussie now. It is I. Not gonna just start touring the world now that you're one of the rich and famous with partner. A world tour, if you will. What is partner unlock? Also, congrats. Thank you, Weeb. I'm boycotting your return to the US. I know, right? I know. Duck was telling me you guys were asking him if I'm even coming back, if I have a plane ticket to return home. So partner, it's a lot of it, honestly, is just, it's just the little check mark. But what comes with it is you get some more emote slots. There's the legitimacy of having the check mark. How am I gonna say that one? Zugervon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You unlock New Game Plus, exactly. I guess to like sponsors and whatnot, you look more legitimate and all that.
Nice.
Ninja! Let's go!
Ninja Maniac 777
Ninja.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Slappy the Hut. They have given
Why, thank you, my
125
friend.
gift subs in the channel.
Why, thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see. What else? You get more emote slots. You get considered for the front page. You get considered for lots of promo that Twitch does that they only look through partners for. So, you know, it's just kind of a placeholder, you know? It's like, here you go. Here's your little check mark. GTA 5 has been hilarious. Gonna do some after stream cleanup.
Are you ready to
Yo, Des!
Darian, congrats. I'm so excited to see how far you go, love.
Oh, Des, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you so much, Des. How are you? Thank you for the support, my friend. Everybody ready to cry today? Yeah, seriously. I know this game was gonna fuck me up. How are you, Mindflux? Great to see you. Let's see here. Not Darian enough. Yeah, they rejected me and they were like, not Darian enough. You gotta bump up that Darian. JT, thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. You're totally gonna smuggle 2 roos and keep them in the closet once you're home. Guys, we saw so many adorable kangaroos. So we went to the beach recently.
Nice.
Soul Blazer.
Soul Blazer 16 gifted a tier 1 sub to Kai Boba T. They have given 7 gift
Soul
subs
Blazer.
in the channel.
Thank you for paying forward the gift sub that you got from me, actually. Let's go. Thank you, Soul Blazer, for gifting a sub to the community. To Kai Boba Tea as well. Magnificent. Thank you so much. So yeah, we went to the beach this past weekend. It was beautiful, but we saw kangaroos, we saw sea turtles, we saw manta rays, we saw a wild koala. What else did we see? We saw lots of birds. Rainbow cockatoo? One of those. It was a rainbow bird. It was very, very cute. And they made beautiful sounds. But yeah, we saw lots of nature this past weekend on our little trip. Wow. My favorite. I'm sorry. A cockatoo? Hi, Kai. Aw, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's see. Suppose you have to get a visa or something? Yeah, if you stay after a certain amount of time, they're like, you have to get a visa to stay here. You can't just stay here for free. 4 months since I've logged into the stream. Mason, it's been 4 months. My goodness. So good to see you. Partners can be invited to participate in official Twitch events. Yes, they can. So it basically is just like, it's symbolic, you know? It's symbolic of growth in the channel, and I'm very excited. So thank you guys very, very much for your support and getting us to partner. I'm very, very pleased. The Last of Us, the feel-good game of the summer. You know how it is. Yo-yo! With 10 gifties, my goodness, Yo-Yo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind of you. The Yo-Yo splurge, let's go. Yo-Yo, thank you so much. Thank you. 10 gifties, damn son. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo. Thank you.
Are you ready to
Anna.
jingle your bells?
Congratulations on becoming partner.
Thank you so
Less
much,
than
Anna.
3,
Thank you
less
for
than
the
3,
3
less
months.
than 3.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Anna. I hope you are doing well. Let's see here. Let me catch up. I may have missed a couple messages. Gonna hunt up those new sponsors now, maybe like Preparation H to go with the whole butthole theme. Yeah, you know, we have a balls and butthole theme. What kind of sponsorships can we get with that? Preparation H, maybe some, like a hemorrhoid pillow or something. Sorry. Whee! Doing pretty good and even better now that I'm here. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Des. I'm glad to hear it. I am excited. I have my little oat milk latte. I'm ready to play some Last of Us, my very first playthrough. Yeah, so this is my first playthrough. Rainbow Lorikeet, that's what it is. Sorry, my bad. The kookaburra? Yes, we did see a kookaburra, but we saw it at a sanctuary. I'm not sure if we saw a wild one. But man, all of the birds here just have like the craziest calls. They have the most interesting bird calls. Rainbow cock? Hello, heretic. Was that a yell fart? We are starting to suspect you're going to stay there. No, I must go home to see Very Mama and Hunter. I must, but not for a few more weeks. Let's see here. Oh, I see a hype train. The most beautiful thing at the beach was Lozzie B. It's true. A cock of 3. You know what? We count our blessings. All right, let me catch up here. Lozzie is on here, but in another room. She's doing what Drew does to Curly. Yeah, so Loz is in like the living area, and I'm in a bedroom right now. Gargle, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Gargle. Much appreciated. How are you, my friend? I am in the stream room where the computer is set up, and we have to have the door open because otherwise it gets really hot in here. So Loz is out there working and reading and doing lots of important
Are you
things.
ready to jingle your
Hey,
bell?
Tanner.
What's going on, streamer?
What's going on? Tanner, thank you for the 14 months, my friend. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. So yeah, I'm probably going to be obnoxious and annoying, but Laws really wants to be a part of this kind of playthrough as much as she can, although she's reading a lot of documents and doing a lot of work today, so she wants to pop in whenever she can. So I'm going to let her know when we start the playthrough, but I wanted to catch up with you guys. I feel like I haven't spoken to you guys in a long time. Third time is a charm. Yeah, seriously, third time's a charm. It seems like it happens that way for a lot of people. I think it's like, I think it's a matter of like proving yourself and like for like several months before they're like, okay, you've done the thing. Unstupefied, how are you? Congrats on your new relationship with Twitch. Aw, thanks. Did you watch The Last of Us TV show? I did. So we watched it yesterday. Laws and I watched it as soon as it came out. So it was Law's birthday yesterday, by the way. So some happy birthdays for Laws in the chat, perhaps. It's actually her birthday in America right now, so it still counts. So yesterday it came out, and Last of Us is like her favorite game, favorite series, and all of that, you know? So the first episode came out yesterday, and we watched it. It was amazing. It was incredible. We cried, of course. Of course, it was beautiful. I did not watch it. It's very good. I would recommend it. It's, of course, you know, the feel-good show of the summer, as is this game. Darian only wanted partner so Juggy would notice her. Ayo, Juggy. The blurps are quiet. Yeah, you know, I turned them down because they were quite loud, but I'll turn them up a little bit. Let's see here. Couldn't even hear my yell fart. I'm sorry, Bark Artem. I'll turn it up a little bit. They were just very loud. Is Duck just chopped liver then? No, I miss Duck too. We gotta get home to see Ducko.
Surprise! Happy birthday, Squidward!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday cake! Happy birthday!
Hell yes. Happy birthday for Laws. Can you please stop living in the future? I know, it's so wild. When I'm posting my schedule, it's like, what day exactly am I streaming? I have no idea. I have literally kind of quiet. All right, I'll turn it back up, but then it might be loud. Did you watch any more of Full Metal Alchemist? We watched, I think, maybe 4 or 5 episodes, somewhere around there. Icon would have her birthday on The Last of Us release. They released it on her birthday just for her. How is the volume for that? Is that all right? Laws is such a sweetheart. She is. Have Lozzie do the Bigfoot walk in the background. Think she's chatting on Twitch instead of doing her homework. No, she's being a good girl. She's being a good girl. Make sure to holler something really fun if she gets on a conference call. Yeah, I'll be in the background. No, I'll just be yelling like, ah, shit, balls, tits, little buttholes. And she's on a work call. Hello, Peevis. How are you? Been wondering when I'd see that purple check. It finally happened. It finally happened. It's so surreal. I keep like coming to this realization that it finally happened. And I'm like, oh, damn. That's wild. I've thought about this for such a long time. Freelance, how are you doing, my friend? Hello, Tractor Man. Hi, Wiggins. How are you? How are you? If I missed your message, please don't be afraid to send it again because I'm bad at my job. I've been out of practice. Does the open door not give you anxiety that a koala or something equally as dangerous can get in?
Little buttholes.
Koalas are just little sweeties.
Cucumbers that just
Look weird. Hate them. Pickles. I'm so angry. Honestly, koalas are really cute. They're like old men. They have like little fluffy ears. I wouldn't worry too much. They're actually little sweeties. There are videos of them being aggressive, but they're not. They're just chill. We saw a wild one that was hanging out in a tree. And most of the time, Laws was saying that if you see one in the wild, they're not like moving. And this one was awake and he was scratching his own ear. So cute. Hey, Artemis, how you doing? Oh goodness. Hello, Marcus. How are you?
Are you ready to
Mark!
jingle your bell?
Marcus and Mark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And it's actually afternoon for you, Mark.
It is. I am here. Oh God. Hello, that Instax guy. How you doing? How are you? Mark, thank you so very much for the 9 months. Much appreciated, my friend. How are you? It's actually afternoon for me. I'm an authentic Aussie.
Have you checked your vitals?
You have once again inspired another Dundazo in Pokemon Violet. It is named Big D with a period after the D. It's a more serious Big D. Honestly, I am honored, Marcus. Thank you so much for this. Koalas are very dangerous. They're riddled with chlamydia. See, you know, that's true.
Nice car.
Ninja!
Ninja Maniac 777 gifted a tier 1 sub to Unexpected
Ninja,
Bagel.
thank you for
They
gifting a
have
sub
given
to Bagel.
126 gift subs in the channel.
Hey, Hop Noel, what's up? What's up? How is everybody doing? Let me know how your weekend, or wait, what's today? I don't even know what day it is. What is the day today? Is it a Monday? Is it a Tuesday? Today is a Tuesday in Australia. Yes, Lozzie, get back to work. Congratulations, you deserve that check mark. I mean, let's be real, you deserve more, but that's something. Oh. I am so pleased. I'm very, very excited. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Laz has this new pod mic. Very fancy. New continent. Who dis? Have you had a Bunnings sausage yet? I don't think so. I don't think I have. This is iconic. I will have to get her one. A Bunnings sausage? Okay, I guess I'll have to try one. I followed Tunga Bunga. Highly recommend. Yes, Marcus! Let's go! Tunga Bunga is fantastic. You will not regret. Not an Aussie till a Bunnings sausage gets an— oh no. I feel like that's a euphemism. Diarrhea Junior, welcome back. How are you? It's Monday night in the East Coast of the USA. Monday night, Tuesday for me. Tuesday afternoon. Yes, indeedy. Ninja, thank you for gifting a sub to Bagel. Mark, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you, thank you. Mark, we also have a Twitch baby now. Very Mark. Mark Darian. Very Mark. That's good. Yes. Spent my day cutting firewood, sharpening sickle mower sickles, and sharpening chainsaw chains. Oh, that sounds— you know, that sounds like what a serial killer would do. Don't know why I decided to say that. Miko! Thank you for the 7 months. Miko, how are you? Great to see you. Do you live down under now? I am temporarily living down under for a few more weeks until we head back home. But for now, I am living in the land down under, indeed. Michelangelo! Any exotic foods yet? You know, we had Nepalese food last night. For Laz's birthday, we ordered some dumplings that were absolutely fucking delicious. They were so good. My God. It was incredible. 10 out of 10. Can't believe it's been like 2 years since we were hanging out playing Jackbox and Skyrim for the first time. So happy for you. Can't stick around tonight, but rock on. Thank you, Peebus. I know how time flies, doesn't it? It's wild to think about. Thank you for popping in, though. Aloha, Southern Darian. Aloha. In all fairness, it does kind of sound like something a serial killer would do. Sharpening your sickle and your chainsaw. Excited for Darian to play Last of Us when she finishes. I can finally unfollow her since I've finished my mission of bullying every streamer until they play The Last of Us. Oh, that's right, Heretic. I was supposed to hold out a little longer so that way you'd stick around. Dumplings 10 out of 10 would dump again. Wait, dumplings! Oh my God, they were so good, guys. They were incredible. Have you fought any gators yet? I have not. I have not. I saw one in the sanctuary, but it was very chill. And if there's certain areas that look like there's gonna be snakes or crocodiles, you know what we say? We say, not today, Satan. Hey, Enix, how you doing? Z, you've been following for 11 months, 23 hours, 27 minutes, and 4 seconds. We're almost at a year. Look at us go. Can we know which Aussie time zone you're in? It's a little confusing since it could be +8, +9.5, or +10, or +10.5, or +11. On the schedule, I think I put the time zone. So I believe right now it's 12:44 p.m. Does that help? Tonga, thank you for the lurk, my friend. I hope you're doing well, Tonga. Lovely to see you. Let's see here. Streamer has changed location since she got checkmark. Now she looks down on us peasants in chat. What cam is this? It's cute. So this is the Elgato face cam that I'm using currently. I got this as a gift for Laz for Christmas. And so I get to use it now too for the stream. It's a pretty good camera, I would say. You ready to cry over this game? Oh God, I really am. I'm gonna cry my eyes out. Even the show, I was already crying. So I've seen a playthrough. To be fair, I have seen someone else play this game, but it has been a while, so I've forgotten a lot of what happens. But generally, I kind of loosely know what goes on. Hey, Wakupe, how you doing? Welcome back. How are you? I love the setting, the characters, the story, but I just got bored with the gameplay. Never played the sequel. Yeah, I'm interested for the gameplay. That's the one aspect that I really haven't experienced yet. I got a conductor badge for trying to cover my fart with a yell. Yes, indeed you did, Bakatum, and I salute you. Tempted to order pizza, but I don't know if Domino's is open right now. I just ate, so I don't know if I want to push myself to overeating again. Oh, but we love a good pizza, don't we? Maybe we wait it out and see how we feel, right? I followed you almost a year ago, and now you're partnered. That's amazing. It's been a wild year. It's been a lot of growth and a lot of grinding, and it's been great. Think you were playing Witcher 3. I came into chat and said some smart ass shit and responded with such amazing wit that I had to follow their respect. Oh, that makes me so happy. Hello, lol at everything. How you doing? Your Aussie land setup looks very similar to your other land setup, or perhaps I'm drunk, probably the second. It is pretty similar. So right now it's actually the same microphone. This is the same microphone I use back home. It's not the same mixer, but I mean, it probably sounds fairly similar. And you know, we got the RGB lights, we got the LGBT lights in the background. So I mean, it's pretty much like our home setup. It's pretty much like it. We got a nice little bird over here. I know exactly 2 other broadcasters with a "Have you checked your butthole" alert. One of them's on right now, and you both had the alert triggered just now. You and her. They're all connected, all intertwined. Congrats on getting partner. You really deserve it. Thank you, Gallowalloway. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it. I gotta move the PS5 every few minutes so it doesn't go into idle mode. So there actually are a lot of PS5s here in Australia, but we asked the worker there. We were like, oh, you know, region locking, and he's like, oh, the games won't be region locked, but DLC could be, so that could pose a potential problem. So we're like, shit. There's plenty of PS5s here in Aussie land. But I probably shouldn't buy one there since I'm going to be using it in America, which gets into all these issues with like Blu-rays and DLCs and stuff like that. Aw, thank you, Akupe. Thank you. 15 hours ahead of EST making me do math. Quick maths. Followed Darian during Dead Space 3 co-op with Duck. Really? Wow, that was actually fairly recent, Marcus. I didn't know about it at first, but then I decided to join the crowd near October, I think. Aww. That's so sweet. You have Lozzie in the basement. Hello. Hashtag free Lozzie. Yeah, Twitch fucking up. What else is new? Yeah, sometimes the badges don't load. It's wild. Aussieland truly is upside down. They still have their Christmas trees. We decorated this Christmas tree as soon as I got here. We had our own little Christmas, and now you guys get to enjoy. I remember watching all the way back to Skyrim. Trot that fox. Hello. Yes. Oh, thank you so much, my friend. Hey, Goonfella, how are you? Australia stole all the PS5s. I think they did. They're all here. My goodness. Oh, thanks, Freelance. Yeah, now I can finally relax. No, I can't. Australia's a little weird with the game ratings, too. Yeah, you know, it's better not to risk it. Is Lozzie not joining you? So she is working from home today. So she's going to pop in and join us whenever she can. Every now and again, she'll pop in to see what we're doing because she loves The Last of Us and she wants to see my playthrough. But she also has to get a lot of work done today. So we're going to do our best to support Loz and make sure she gets her work done while we also play The Last of Us. Let me say that your new goal is to do a hot tub stream to boost your followers to above 1 million. Mama, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I miss you, Mama. Thank you. Aw, thanks. Thanks, Mom. Thank you. The legend, the absolute legend, Very Mama. Let's see here. Boop. What time of day is it where y'all are? So it is Tuesday at 12:49 p.m. That is the time right now. So that's where they hit all the PS5s. Yeah, exactly. They hit them all on the land down under. Tunga dragged me in here against my will. I haven't figured out how to close the Chrome tab. The X button doesn't work. I'm just stuck here. I'm just stuck here. You can order them directly from Sony now. I'll have to check that out. Follow Daz from a Lozzie raid, and thank goodness you did, Mark. We love our Aussies in chat. Trying to remember how I found you. Yeah, it's interesting to hear how everybody found the stream. I think I started following upon Life is Strange, where me and Laws bonded as well as me and Darian, and my life has been forever changed. Oh, I'm so glad you did, my friend. Don't think I fully processed the time difference still. It's interesting because like I was on a really late night schedule in America. So I'm pretty much on the same schedule. It just makes a lot more sense here in Australia. So in Australia, I wake up at like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and then I go to bed at like midnight. But in America, that translated to me going to bed at like 6 a.m. So it just makes more sense here. Well, hello there, Doug. Howdy, partner. How you doing? Bum, 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 bum. Is it bizarre having summer in December/January? It is. It's so weird. Like, I went from the cold dead of winter to the hot of summertime here. So it's been a very strange kind of adjustment, but I think it's also been really good because I came here with a terrible cold and I was patient zero. I left the cold in America and I also brought it over. So I gave the cold to Duck, I gave the cold to Very Mama, and I gave the cold to Lozzie. I don't know how I did that. Oh, man. Oh, hello, Dax. How you doing? Hello. Welcome back. Could you just put a picture of Lozzie over your face until she gets there? Yeah, exactly. Just, like, cut out a photo and just put it on top of my face. It's Monday. What are you doing on Tuesday? Slow down. Come back to Monday. I know. It's still Loz's birthday in America. Happy birthday, Loz. Found you from Curly. Think you were playing Dead Space co-op that first stream. So we got a few of you during the co-op Dead Space stream. Very nice. Since DBD. Oh my god, Viz. You've been here for such a long time. 11 months. Almost a year. How's the heat up there? Oh, it's not been too bad. I think I've adjusted to it pretty well. I'm like an air conditioning queen. I love air conditioning. But I've just been chilling here. We have like the windows open. We get a nice breeze because the air conditioning has been terrible for our colds. So we've been trying to just keep the windows open and get fresh air. That tends to help with the cold, actually. Hey, Zeppi. What's up, Zeppi? How you doing? Tunga, first partner stream. Let's fucking go. Partner stream. You know, I actually kind of want to try something. I want to try something. Oh, she doesn't have the partner check mark in chat. It doesn't show up in my own chat? Wow. Wow. Lame. Splod Panther, how are you? Welcome in. Let's see, what have I missed? I feel like I've missed so much. Now, Lozzie needs to return the visit by coming to the USA in July so she can roast twice a year. Yeah, seriously, she can get summer all year round. From dead-ass winter to hot-ass summer, exactly. Saying Night Owl should move to Australia. That's how you solve your night owlness. You just move to Australia, and then you're on a normal timeline, you know? She's just chatting. I've had my ear chewed off since she got here, so wake me up when she starts playing. Exactly. Like, Laws is using you guys as a babysitter right now. Very contagious, Darian. That's me. Lozzie is cramming all the work in before the just chatting session concludes. The fire department is on standby with how swiftly her pen is moving on paper. She is speed reading right now. Speed reading. Came in through a cage raid when Daz was playing Dead Space 3 with Duck, and I came back every now and then to check in and ponder if this community really fit me, and then I gained my home along all you weirdos. Oh, Marcus, that makes me so happy. I'm so glad. I'm doing well, Zeppi. I'm feeling a lot better. My cold is almost completely gone. I'm going to be playing The Last of Us today. It's our first partnered stream. Let's fucking go. We have that little purple check mark. Have you found any toilet spiders? No. No. Toilet spiders. Now that fear is in my head. It's all up in my head and my balls. Sorry. The big leagues. Hey, Game Hunter, how are you? Welcome back. My first day, Darian was taking selfies with a fetus she had just cut out of a corpse. Pat, you came in on the wildest day of stream. That is the most absurd game I have ever played on stream. How do you have a sub badge for your own channel? I think you get like you're technically subscribed to your own channel like from day one, like as soon as you make it. Very Partner Darian, that's the rebrand. Came here from a raid from someone, but I don't remember who. I think it was probably either Gloria or Clementine. Oh, Cinerine, we're so glad. I did! Thank you, Lieutenant Dan. How are you doing? My local Best Buy seems to have them in stock. Happy to source one for you if you have trouble finding one. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get one when I get home, perhaps. Maybe save up a little bit and invest in a PS5 so I don't have to keep stealing Duck's PS4. Toilet what now? Toilet what now? It's usually toilet frogs. Frogs are adorable. See, I'm not afraid of that. Just a little froggy do, you know? A toilet what now? A toilet spider? That face says yes. How is Fish? Oh, Fish is lovely. I think we're making headway with Fish. I think she likes me, chat. Not to toot my own horn, but I think Fish likes me. I think I've cracked the code. She did attack me last night, though. So, there is that. But, aside from that, she's liking me. Attack. Yeah, she didn't attack me. She just scared me. She just scared me. I was walking past her and she was like, meow. And I was like, meow. I just did a little yelp, you know what I mean? Unironically, GameStop has a lot of PS5s. Yeah, it's honestly, I feel like people find PS5s in like the most obvious of places, like a Walmart, you know, when you're not expecting it, they're just there. Can you tell Fish I said hi later when you get the time, of course, or if Lozzie's around her right now? I don't know where Fish is. Leonore Elizabeth, welcome in. Did you deserve it? Yeah, I probably did. The other night I was playing with Fish, and I probably shouldn't have been playing with Fish. And then Fish was like, I'm ready to attack you. And then I was like, please. I was trying to convince her. I was trying to reason with this cat. I was like, please, you don't have to do this. She's just staring at me with her big ol' eyes ready to pounce. Don't remember who I was watching, but I was watching one of the many Fallout broadcasters we know when you popped up in my recommendeds. You were playing Fallout 4 September. Oh. Can you believe it's been so long? Heard the PS5 shortage is slowing down, so that's good. Yeah, hopefully they get more in stock.
Danger. Unbelievable.
Pandas and Roses, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, Fish is a cat. Fish is Lozzie's cat. Very Mama seems like a very nice lady who would give out hot chocolate and forward kisses when you're sad. It's true, she does. She makes amazing homemade hot chocolate. Hope you're ready for a heart-throbbing daddies and heart-wrenching torment when you watch your favorite characters eventually redacted. Guys, I don't know if I'm emotionally ready. I'm okay, how are you? I am doing well, my friend. I am doing well. I have my little latte and I'm ready to play some video games. I'm just enjoying catching up with you guys. I feel like it's been a minute since I've just been able to sit and talk with you. Been here as long as a Twitch baby. 9 months, Kai. Oh, Joel. Hot chocolate with water or milk? Definitely milk. Definitely milk when you've got it. But water will do if you don't have milk on you, I would say. Imagine wanting a PS5. I'll just wait for those exclusives to come out on PC 6 months to 1.5 years later. You know, if you're patient, you can just play it on PC and it'll probably run better. Mayhaps. Ready to ruin every moment with well-timed farts. I got you. Yes, let's go. Can get pretty emotional. Oh God, I'm not prepared to cry. Watery hot chocolate makes my soul sad. You know, sometimes you gotta make it with the packet of Swiss Miss. You know, you gotta make it with boiling water. Sometimes you've got to, when you don't have the resources, and that's fine. Melzy, hello! Thank you so much for the congrats, my friend. Thank you. How are you doing? For water, so that's obviously the better choice. Water in your hot cocoa. Now that's them's fighting words right there. Gonna ruin the gameplay with a pollo. I pollo all the time. Want to get a PS5? With my luck, a PS6 will be released next week. That's how it always goes. When you finally invest in a new system, they're like, we're gonna make another one. A well-timed fart can be pretty emotional too. See, we were playing a bunch of Until Dawn last week. Loz was doing her first playthrough of Until Dawn. And there were these insanely, like, intense moments.
Have you checked your
where they zoom in on a character's face and they look very scared, and then you guys would redeem a fart, and it's just the funniest thing to me. So hyped for you. This is huge. Well deserved. Thank you so much, Melzy. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it, Melzy. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we have a spoiler backseating concern / rule. Last of Us is definitely up there in the realm of possibility. Yeah, you know, you're probably right. We want no. I should have done the no backseating tag. Not that that's going to stop anyone, but we should just put it there anyway. No backseating. No backseating. ING. Yeah, no backseating, please. Por favor. Just be glad you're not video card shopping right now. Trying to get my hands on a 7900 XTX right now, and everything is out of stock minus the scalpers. Yeah, it's some chip shortage, right? That's affecting the PS5s and the graphics cards. I thought she was gonna ban me. Splod Panther, thank you so much. You got Australian partner? Yeah, it's different than American partner. It's they say g'day, and then every time you hover over your check mark, it's like crikey. What about front seating? Y'all hop in the front seat. Shotgun! Yes, you can all fit into the front seat. It's fine. You guys can just stack on top of each other. It'll be like a delicious sandwich. Harry Potter. Oh, excuse me? Harry Potter is Darth Vader's father. I knew it, Game Hunter. I fucking knew it. Hey, Phony Baloney. Hope Australia is awesome. Oh, it is. Australia is beautiful. I would recommend it. If you guys haven't visited, it's a beautiful place. The beaches, incredible. The coffee, delicious. The people, delightful. A good clown car? Yeah, exactly. We squish everybody in. We can definitely fit. We're all in the backseat at the start of the game. That's true, though. That's a good point. You make a fantastic point, Mark. Backseating during Last of Us seems like a funny concept. Here's what you're doing wrong. Stop dying. Just shoot them more than they're killing you. Just change that ratio, bestie. Said about Harry Potter being Vader's father. Yeah, it's look, you got spoiled, my friend, but Harry Potter is Darth Vader's father. What happens when the people become delicious? Oh no, don't eat the people. Spoils SMH. Harry Potter is Darth Vader's father. Spoiler alert. Happy to see someone with their Christmas decor still up. Yeah, so we did this tree as soon as I got here. So Laws and I had our own Christmas when I got here, right? And we decided to decorate this tree deliciously and beautiful. And now we don't have the heart to take it down. Also, we got rid of the box that we found it in. So not sure how we're going to get rid of it. We might just literally Grinch style take this, put it under our arm, and just hut, throw it out. You know what I mean? You saw the new Puss in Boots movie today, and it was so cute. It was really good. Oh, I heard it was good. I'm glad you liked it. Hey, ham and taters. How you doing? Never seen Star Wars, but I have seen Harry Potter. Not sure which one of those you're trying to spoil. Both of them. Both of them simultaneously. Ready for spring and sunlight? Yeah, I'm going to go back home, and it's going to be rainy and cloudy, and I'm going to be like, what is this? Where is my vitamin C? Is this setup behind you kind of similar to how you have it at home? Yeah, you know, it kind of is. It kind of resembles the setup at home. So it's our home away from home. Have a 2x Christmas tree up. Is the pink tree in the US stream room still taking up Hunter's favorite spot? It is, unfortunately. So Hunter is probably staring at that tree with such anger. Don't take it down till at least February. Yeah, when do you guys take down your Christmas decorations? I think back home, Very Mama and Duck have taken down our Christmas decorations, but my tree is still up. So we might have a couple streams back home with a Christmas tree up. Drive the tree to the beach. It's like before you put it down, you take it to the beach one last time. Oh no, that's terrible. My eye is twitching. I hate when my eye be twitching. I saw Megan last night for the horror in January. It was actually pretty good. Mark, every time one of those commercials comes up for that freaking movie, Megan, it's so creepy. She's a little doll, and I don't consent to that. I'm just chilling, watching some YouTube, and all of a sudden this doll comes out and stares me in the eyes and sucks my soul. And I'm like, please, can you not? Usually New Year's, it's nice to keep them up for the rest of December or rest of January. Yeah, I like it for a little bit longer in January because I love Christmas a little too much. It's the humane thing to do, you know? Give it a nice, good last day before you put it down. Need a stream when you first go back and see Hunter. Oh, should I record his reaction? Very Mama is convinced that Hunter might, he might pee a little bit when he sees me. That might happen. It might happen. He might get so excited. I'm excited to see Hunter when I finally get home. I miss him. I miss that bad boy. This trip was on an elaborate plot to skip out on taking decorations down. I'm on to you. Yeah, it was an elaborate way to get out of chores. I left the country to get out of chores. Yeah, there's a new Puss in Boots movie. I hadn't heard about it until like yesterday. Can you help dispel a myth? Are there a lot of dangerous animals there, like toilet spiders? I have not seen a single toilet spider. And I went to some kind of questionable toilets, and I didn't see a single spider in any of them. Keep your decorations as long as you want. You know, we were considering keeping the tree up and then just changing the ornaments, like Valentine's Day ornaments, St. Patty's Day ornaments, Easter ornaments, you know? You just change it. You change it every month. Those toilets were heinous. They were a little scary. I anticipated, I was like, look, if I was going to come across one of those huntsman spiders, this is where it would be. And so I just took a deep breath. And then I used the toilet, and then everything was fine. There was no spider there, but I did picture it happening. I definitely did. You didn't see the toilet spiders, but they were there. You didn't see them, but they saw you. These Megan commercials are getting out of hand. Did you see the one of her dancing? Yes. I do not understand this movie. It's so weird. I think they made those dance scenes to like go viral on TikTok or something to be ridiculous. Because in the context of the movie, it doesn't make sense. Why is she dancing? How is this horror? I don't understand. Maybe I have to see it. Maybe I just got to see it. How long are you staying with Lozzie? I'll be here for 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. About-ish. Around. I have not seen Wakanda Forever. However, I heard that it was very good. I've been wanting to see it. Cut back to Hunter. He's playing on your PC. Better check your browser history when you get home. Yeah, what do you think Hunter would be Googling back home when I'm not there? Local dog parks, probably. Decorate it like a summer barbecue. Hang hot dogs from it, then you don't have to take it down. Hot dogs! That's amazing. I would love to do that. Last of Us show was amazing. Soul Plague. I loved the first episode. It was beautiful. Mwah. How to open food can. Hot dogs. When I was at my parents for Christmas, a Megan ad came on after it ended. My mom looked over after it ended, looked over at me and just said, well, that didn't look very good. Honestly, you're so right. Huggable's mom, you're so right. It didn't look very good at all. Hot Labradors in my area. Not the toilet spiders. Anything but the toilet spiders, please. Please. No toilet spiders. Hot Labradors, only Labradors? Holy shit. Okay, my friends, my dear friends, is it time for us to get into this freaking video game? Is it time, do we think? I should have gotten socks. Wakanda Forever is coming to Disney Plus. Oh, I have Disney Plus. I have it. Had a teacher that told us to describe how to open a peanut butter jar, and when he read mine, I don't know if I wrote it wrong, but he just got the spoon and jammed it through the lid. I've been given socks. Thank you. The sock fairy blessed me with socks. Hey, Calico, how you doing? Congratulations on partner. Why, thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. No free feet on the internet. Putting socks on. Putting socks on. Streaming sockless, you thrill seeker. I know, look at me go. I need socks on to play video games, you know? Master has given Dazzy a sock. Hey, Fuzz Fuzzy, hello! Thank you so much for the congrats, my friend. How are you doing, Fuji? Great to see you. Socks on. Game starting. Let's go. The drop bears will eat your toes. It's true. The socks ward them off. Socks in summer in Australia, what would fish say? It just makes me feel comfortable.
Are you ready to
Poida!
jingle your bells?
And
Brian, you almost had it. And Ayo! Thank you for the 3 months, Poida. You back from your trip? Not yet. I am still in Aussie land. I am still in the land of Australia for the time being for 2 more weeks. But yes, I'm enjoying my time here. We went to the beach recently. It was lovely. It was a lovely trip. I've seen koalas and kangaroos and a dingo and manta rays and sea turtles and lots of birds. So I've seen lots of wildlife. Bum, 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 bum. What is Lozzie going to do when you leave? We're both going to work hard this year. It's going to be a hard working year, you know? Have you seen any Lozzie bees? There was a bumblebee that almost... Oh, we were at the beach. I swear. You guys will see it in the vlog. So I'm still recording for the vlog, which I've been recording the entire trip long. So when I get back, I'll start editing that, and that'll go up on YouTube as soon as I get it edited. But there were so many horseflies. We were getting attacked by horseflies. And I have a traumatic story revolving around horseflies when I was very young. I think I was like 6. I went to the community pool and a horsefly bit me and made me bleed. And it was so traumatic. I was sobbing at the pool. And I was like, lifeguard, help me. And I was just crying. I was just sobbing. And I was like, and they were like, it's just a horsefly. Like, it's fine. It'll be completely fine. So they just dabbed it with a little napkin and they were like, go on, go swim. You're fine. And I'm like, it was terrifying. Anyway, so there were a bunch of horseflies here at the beach and they kept landing on us even after we swatted at them. Like, we literally backhanded these horseflies. And they were like, you know what? I would like to go in for another lick. You made me bleed my own blood.
The giant horse cock weighs
No!
over 11 pounds.
Bitten by a flying horse. I know. It was terrifying. Horseflies are evil, aren't they? They're just assholes. They're just mean. They're so persistent as well. Kept going under the water. Yeah, same. You have to dive under the water to try and stay away from them. Grew up around people with farms. Okay, you guys are validating my fears so much right now. Thank you so much, because I felt like a little scaredy cat because horseflies freak me out. They fly around screaming nay all day. Nay. Hey demon, how you doing? Yeah, it hurts like a butt cheek on a stick, you know? I've seen a horsefly and a housefly. That house flew. Ooh-wee! Yee-haw! Yeah, I don't like horseflies. So there were a bunch of those by the beach. They were persistent little buggers. We used bug spray and everything, but they just did not care. They said, I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you. So we are gonna switch over to the game pretty soon. I'm gonna get Laws in here, and she's going to hang out with us while we start the game for a bit. She wants to see my reaction to the gameplay. Last of Us is one of her favorite games of all time. And she's been wanting me to play this for months, as well as a few of you guys in here have been wanting me to play this game for a while. So we're finally doing it. I wasn't actually going to play this game, but the show came out today and I was like, probably a good time to play it. Thought she was at work or something. She's working from home at the moment. This game is honestly amazing. One of my favorites. Oh my gosh, everybody tells me the story is incredible. So I saw somebody else play this game several years ago. So I have probably forgotten a majority of the story. Also, I have very short-term memory. So I immediately forget about something. As soon as it's not relevant to me, my brain puts it out of my mind. Does Australia have special bug spray? Is it like over 9,000? Yeah, it's heavy duty bug spray. So there's a lot of mosquitoes here and you don't want to get certain diseases and all of that. So you got to make sure you cover up with bug spray. A bunch of them. Best game ever fucking made. Gargle. I like this attitude. Get in here. You're gonna love it, then cry, and then hate it, and then love it again. Oh no, here we go. Spade, how are you, Spade? Last of Us is an awesome game. Fuck yeah. It's colloquially known as a sobber. Oh, good, because we just finished Ragnarok. That made me cry my little heart out. Hey, Punk, how you doing? Love that it's all filmed in Alberta. I've walked down one of the streets. It was filmed in Edmonton. Wait, Last of Us was filmed in Alberta? You're distracting her, you delinquent. Yes, I am. I'm distracting her from big work with her favorite game. Of course, I had to play her favorite game while she has to work, you know? Main chemical in mosquito spray. Oh, is it? I thought it was maybe a typo. It was great. Are you ready for this? I think Laws is ready to come hang out with us. You gonna come sit over her? Over her. Laws is here. Here, let me pause this music. Shabooby dooby. Ah, and then I scoot. Laws is here. Everybody say hi, Laws. Happy birthday, Laws. I better see some happy freaking birthdays up in this chat right now. Oh, okay. Ooh-wee, baby. Let's see. I done did fix this, but we'll just do this. Hold on, chat. Hold on, I'll fix it. Rotate it a little bit. Don't worry, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. I'll fix it. It doesn't take but 2 seconds. Shoo boop. There it is. Are you saying? Oh, they're saying happy birthday. Good job.
Happy birthday.
Happy birth. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I sorry. Okay, then we take the camera and we put it here, and then we take the sub goal out on top of our faces. We put it here. Laws is. Oh, that's far too high. Okay, there. Boop. Ah.
G'day.
Happy birthday, Squidward!
Oh, hello.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Laws is outside the box. Not anymore.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Have birth. Nice Julia Child. Thank you. Thank you. I tried my best. Okay. So, game is starting.
Is it fully starting? Oh, shit.
It's happening. Oh my god, my butthole. Is it echoing, chat?
Tommy, listen to me. He is the contractor. He's the contractor, okay? I can't lose this job. I understand.
Yes.
Let's talk about this in the morning, okay? We'll
How about
talk
that?
in the morning. All right, good night. Scoot.
That's a very loud yawn to be like, I was
Monday
definitely
at work,
sleeping
huh?
bad.
Woo!
What are you still doing up? It's late.
Crud, what time is it?
Oh,
It's way
crud.
past your
But
bedtime.
it's still today.
Honey, please not right now. I do not have.
Is
the
she
energy
wearing
for
the
this.
same shirt in the show? Is it actually
Here.
the... Oh, it is.
What's
But she
this?
wasn't wearing the same pants.
Your birthday?
Wasn't the same pants. Oh, it unfollows things. Hi, Kosher. Welcome back.
You kept complaining about your broken watch.
How is volume? Let me know if
So,
it's too loud, too
you can
quiet.
know.
Let me know.
You like it?
Honey, this is. It's
What?
nice, but I think it's stuck. It's not.
What? No. Oh, ha ha.
So mean.
Where did you
So
get the money
mean.
for this?
Drugs. I sell hardcore drugs.
Laws was
Good.
hoping they
Let's
had
start
that
helping
line
out
in
with
the
the
show,
morning
and they
stuff.
did.
Yeah, you wish.
Also, her shirt looks like Marisha Ray. Do you think that's a
Hardcore
little
drugs.
Easter egg? Oh, the music.
The guitar. The guitar's gonna fuck us up.
When they started doing the guitar in the show, I lost my shit.
She did.
Good night, baby.
Kosher, I've already finished it, so you don't need to mention it.
Now powerbomb her through the table. Batista bomb. Oh. In the game it starts in 2013, but in the show it starts in 2003.
Sarah. Honey, I need to get your daddy on the phone.
Uncle Tommy, what time is it?
Daddy.
I need to talk to your dad now. There's something.
Thank you, Z. Thank you for the lurk.
Uncle Tommy? Hello?
Yes, I loved the first episode. I thought it was delightful. Well, it was horribly sad, but it was wonderful. I'm a child.
What was that all about?
Oh, there's me. Look, and I'm just a little baby.
Do you reckon that is Marisha Ray, like an Easter egg? God, it does look like her.
Is it?
It won't. It's not her, but it does look like her.
Kind of looks like her. Will there be another cooking stream? Do you guys want another one? Y'all want another cooking stream? That could be arranged.
You'll just have to
dang
tell us
it.
what you want cooked.
I forgot to give this to him.
Oh, no. Dear Dad, let's see. You're never around. You hate the music I'm into. You practically despise the movies I like, and yet somehow you still manage to be the best dad every year. How do you do that? Happy birthday, Pops. Oh. Ooh, Knock at the Cabin. I think I saw a preview for that, Soul Plague. It looked good.
It looks scary.
I skipped the sad parts. I run away from my problems like an adult.
jingle your
Punk. Thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Thank you, thank you. His birthday is ruined. She didn't give him birthday cards, so her birthday is ruined. A cheeseburger pie? Is that like a pot pie?
Cheeseburger pie.
Oh, this
Dad?
game is so good, but it's gonna be so
I
sad.
can't believe you've never played it.
I've never played it. It's my very first time.
This
Hey,
is so
Bobcat.
exciting.
Welcome in.
I think I found my ultimate happy place.
Me playing Last of Us.
Yeah. Wow. Yes. But could have started with a lowball guess. Just like The Last of Us generally, or just you generally, but you just went for it. You just went for it.
300% increase due to mysterious infection admittance spikes at area hospitals. Dun dun dun! Anyway. Sorry. That TV and VCR is on top. Nostalgia. Oh, was there a VCR?
Yeah, so what? This is set in 2003 right now. Is that correct? Yes, because then it's... Well... I mean, how far do you get to no spoilers when it's a game like this?
Look at how thick this TV is. Y'all miss when TVs were this thick. What?
What'd I do?
What? A fungus among us. A mix between quiche and pot pie? That sounds amazing.
Daddy?
Daddy? Y'all looked adorable in your Instagram pics. Aw, Bobcat, thank you.
Is it 2013? Because then I thought they say 20 years later and then it's 2023.
That was in the show.
Somehow connected
to the nationwide
Where the heck
this
are
is-
you?
We've received
Yeah, I guess
reports that
not.
victims
So you're
afflicted
saying
with
there were
the infection show
VCRs
signs
in
of increased
2013?
aggression and
Everybody out of here now. There's
Still?
a gas leak.
That seems
there
wrong.
seems to be some commotion coming
It's
from
2003 for the game too.
Oh, okay.
It came out in 2020.
What was that?
La bomba.
Whoa.
Dad?
Daddy. Show put me in a place where I felt like I was back in the beginning of the pandemic. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that's terrible. Her shirt says tour 12 on the back, though. Are we finding plot holes?
I'm so confused.
Dad?
Oh well. Maybe they could only afford VCR.
Yeah, that could be it.
How do you...
What is going on?
What? This don't make no damn sense. You
There's
are
his
like
phone.
Papa. Where? Daddy? Playing PS2 on a thick ass TV. Now that's nostalgia right there.
Oh, that is. You'd have to reach all the way around the back.
8
Find those
missed calls.
three-colored
Where the
holes.
hell are you?
I'm talking about TVs.
Call me on my way.
Oh man. Remember getting the huge TV for my teacher for projectors? Yeah, rolling in the TV. It was so heavy. Sorry, what's happening? On my way. Alright. Damn neighbors and their damn fireworks. Going to be home late tonight. Go ahead and order food. See you in the morning. Dad.
Where is he?
Can you unlock the phone? I was hoping I could, but I guess I don't know my dad's passcode.
That's ridiculous.
Sliding the controller pad? No, it doesn't let me, unfortunately. Hello, Cheshire. How you doing? Welcome back. HDMI, what's that? All we have are component cables. Hey,
There
Daddy.
you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Hey,
Yeah?
Daddy.
Has anyone come in here?
No, who would come in here?
Don't go near the doors. Just Just stand back there.
Okay.
Dad, you're kind of freaking me out.
I'm a good
What's
girl.
going on?
I'm gonna sit
It's
on
the
the
Coopers.
couch. Nope.
Something ain't right with them. I think they're sick.
They're
kinda
sick
sick?
in the head. Oh.
Jimmy!
Dad?
Honey, come here. Come here. Jimmy! Jimmy, stay back! Jimmy, I am warning you! Don't!
You shot him.
Sarah,
I saw him this morning.
listen to me. There is something bad going on. And you've got to get out of here. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Tommy, come on.
Hey Yada, how you doing? Thank you, thank you. I'm happy the dog got away in the show. Yeah, honestly.
You have any idea what's going on out there?
I can't deal with
solution.
a dog getting hurt. I just
You got
can't
blood all
handle
over
it.
you.
It ain't mine. Let's just get out of here.
This ain't half the people in the city lost their minds.
Can we just please go?
Some sort of parasite or something. You gonna tell me what happened?
Later.
Hey, Sarah. How you holding up, honey?
Oh, you're such
I'm
a
fine.
shit.
Can you
Hear us on
imagine?
the radio?
You turn around and your
Sure thing.
child is doing this in the back seat.
What am I gonna look at, Dad? I can't decide.
No cell phone. No radio.
Why you don't
Yeah,
tell
we're
me to
doing
put a
great.
seatbelt on? Because I can do
Your
this all
newsman
day.
wouldn't shut up.
They say where to go?
They said, Army's put up roadblocks on the highway. No getting into Travis County.
We need to get the hell out. Take 71.
70, that's one.
Did they say how many are dead?
Boss Stomp, welcome
Probably a
in.
lot. They found this one family on
Vomit
mangled
stream
inside their house.
again? A second time?
I'm sorry.
Vomit stream again?
What was the first one? Pilk?
Did you really vomit?
Christ, how did this happen?
They got no clue. But we ain't the only town. First they were saying it's just the South. Now they're
Yeah, her
talking
head's
about the
spinning
East
around
Coast,
like The
West Coast.
Exorcist. It's synonymous with Christmas.
Holy hell.
Oh dear.
That's
This was in
Lewis's
the
farm.
show. This was in the
Are you
show.
gonna look at
I hope that
it?
son of a bitch made it out.
Fire! Daddy, there's a
Are
fire!
we sick?
No, of course not.
How do you know?
How do you know?
They said it's just people in the city. We're good.
Didn't Jimmy work in the city?
That's right, he
She's
did.
so proud of herself.
We're fine. Trust me.
All right.
Yeah, how are you holding up? He says after shooting a man in front of her.
See what they need.
I just
Who do you
saw a
think you're
man
doing? Keep
die,
driving.
father.
I got a kid, Joel.
So do
But
we.
we have room.
Keep driving, Tommy.
He was gonna run him over.
That was in the show too.
That wasn't a show. We
You've
have a
seen
kid
what I
too.
seen.
No spoilers.
Someone else will come along.
Shit. I've been studying. I watched the show, everybody. I watched them their TV show. I was taking notes the whole time.
She was. She absolutely was. That French champagne.
This is
absolutely
bad. Everyone and their mother had the same damn idea.
We could just backtrack and...
It's all right, Papa. I'll just start spinning and we'll take off. What's happening?
Turn us around.
Oh my god.
Tommy! Tommy!
Holy shit! What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? Did you see that?
Yes, I saw it.
God damn.
Turn here, turn here.
Okay, so it's zombies. Like, you know what zombies are.
Come on, people, move.
You've seen
Where are
a
they
zombie
running from?
movie. This is
I'm trying.
2003/2013. We're not
So,
entirely
if
sure.
it was 2003,
We
they
can't
don't
stop
know
here,
about
Tommy.
zombies. If it's 2013,
Then
they
back
do.
up then! They're behind me
Zombies
too!
were invented in
There,
2005.
hold on!
Yeah,
Go!
Yeah, 2003 was before zombie BZ time. BZ.
Do they ever say zombie? I don't think they do.
No.
That they are moving picture
They say
programs.
clickers,
Daddy?
infected, and like
Hey.
there's crazy ones.
Hey,
Tommy drives like a goddamn pro. He does. He wasn't even looking. He wasn't looking at the road.
okay.
This is Day of the Dead Erasure.
When
When
did
did it come out? When did it come out?
Surely it had to have been like in the in the 80s.
When did it come out?
In the 80s.
Wait, no, what about Day of the Dead? Just generally. As in the incredible,
Game a bit loud.
loud these nuts. It's you turned
Does
it
that
off.
does that even turn that
I
down?
don't think so. You did it via volume mixer. if
Oh,
that
that's
helps.
right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Hold on there.
Came out in 1985.
I was right. I had the right era.
Yep, Huggable says Darian was right.
Okay, we'll turn the volume down a little bit. See how it goes. I have tried Vegemite. Vegemite I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Dad, I think you should
I'm here, baby.
try.
I'm here. Come on, give me your hand.
How's that?
What is it?
My leg hurts.
How bad?
Pretty bad.
We're gonna need
Pretty
to run.
bad.
Yes, Scenery. Not
Keep
to do
us
any
safe.
spoilers, but
Come on, baby. Now hold on
watch
tight.
the TV show at the start. Oh my god. The start was so well done, I thought.
Yeah.
It just really became
Keep your eyes closed, honey.
immediately compelling.
Joel, watch out!
I'm an audio engineer. Hey, generic. Welcome. Oh.
Keep running!
All right, we're zooming. Had a Parma at the pub.
People are on
Yeah, well,
Don't look,
you're
Sarah.
gonna have to get your chicken palmy.
Chicken
Keep
Parma.
looking at me, baby.
Can you die in this section?
You can certainly try.
Oh my
gonna get out
god,
of
it's a
this.
madhouse. Armadillo fever. Armadillo. 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 Decent.
Oh, yeah, there you go, you died.
Oh. GG, everyone.
I've never seen it.
Great game. I don't think I was supposed to go that way. Don't know where I'm supposed to go, to be honest. Oh, I see. Excuse me, pardon me. Was there a Wilhelm scream?
Go!
You can die in the tutorial. Leave it to Darian. Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm gonna have to ask you to step up.
She's dead! God damn it!
We're almost there.
Parma.
We're almost there, baby.
Parma laws. What's a Parma?
Get through the
Well,
fence!
Palmer's the same thing as Palmer.
Keep going!
Some people
Find a way
call
out of
them
here!
Palmer. People call them Palmers.
Come on!
Oh!
Am I right there? We probably come from different regions
Move it!
in Australia. How are you, Mom? Missed you.
Get to the highway! Go! You got Sarah! I can outrun him!
Uncle Tommy?
I will meet you there! Hurry!
Thank you for everything. Yeah, you know what? They should have me playtest games. I would find the places
We're almost there.
where people can die that they normally don't. Hey, Dark, how you
You're
doing?
getting closer.
Welcome in. Yeah, this is my first playthrough. I'm quite excited. I've seen gameplay before, but it's been a hot minute, so I've probably forgotten absolutely everything.
Yeah, I was right.
Wow. Wow.
It's okay, baby. We're safe. Hey, we need help.
Stop!
Please. It's my
Stop.
daughter. I think her leg is broken.
Stop right there!
Okay. We're not sick.
Got a couple of civilians on the outer perimeter. Please advise.
Daddy, what about Uncle Tommy?
We're gonna get you to safety and go back for him, okay?
Sir, there's a little girl. But
But what, you
We've
little
just
piece
been
of
through
shit?
hell. Okay, we just need. Shit. Please don't. Oh no. Sarah. Move your hands, baby. I know, baby, I know. God. Listen to me, I know this hurts, baby.
Oh,
It'll be okay,
please.
baby. Stay with me.
Carl, that is an
Pick you up.
offense.
I know,
That is
baby,
an
I know.
offense.
Come on, baby, please. I know, baby, I know. Sarah. Baby.
I think she may have died. She's fine.
Don't do this to me, baby.
She's
Don't do this.
taking a little nap.
She's having a sleepy dude.
She's a little sleepy girl.
I mean, she woke up early.
No. No.
She's stayed up all night for Daddy's birthday, so she's just a little bit tired.
She's mastered the art of sleeping with her eyes open.
Yep. Some people are
Oh
really
my
good at
god,
that.
my butthole! Ah! Sorry. Tired from all the running?
Yeah?
It's been a big day.
She wasn't running at all, she was being held the entire time.
The number of confirmed deaths has passed 200. The governor has called a state of emergency.
Hundreds and hundreds
Oh,
of bodies
good.
lying in
Feel
the
good
streets.
game of the summer.
Panic spread
Fantastic.
worldwide after a leaked
Oh my
report
god,
from the
my
World
bullet
Health
hole.
Organization
Fucking
showed that
tears
the latest
from laughter.
vaccination tests have
Oh
failed.
my god, my
With the
bullet
bureaucrats out
hole.
of power, we can finally take the necessary steps to protect.
Los Angeles is now the latest city to be placed under martial law. All
Oh,
residents are
God.
required to report to their designated
Well, now that
warrant
she's dead,
for a third
she's
consecutive
out of the
day.
way. We can
And
get to
winter
the
rations are
actual
at an
game.
all-time low.
A group calling themselves the Fireflies.
People
have
void their
claimed
bowels when they
responsibility
die.
for
It's
both
science. You
attacks.
just want it to be
Public charter calls for the
scientifically and
return
medically
of all
accurate, and
branches
I
of
admire that.
Demonstrations
That's
broke out
just so
following the
sad to
execution
say.
of 6 more alleged Fireflies.
Just let one out.
You can still rise with us.
She didn't even get to die with
Remember, when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. Believe in the Fireflies.
Have you checked your partner?
Remember watching a video of Seth Rogen playing this intro when the game first came out and he kept doing his laugh because he was trying to keep from being emotional. It kind of ruined that scene for me. He was laughing like that while she died.
Do your Seth Rogen laugh.
I'm coming.
The giant horse cock
needs to be like
weighs
that.
over 11 pounds.
Want one?
No, I don't.
Oh my god.
Woo!
Well, I have some interesting news for you.
He's
Where
a
were you,
one-trick pony.
Tess?
He's got that laugh, and that's all he's got.
West End District.
Excuse me for the
Hey,
coughing.
we had a drop to make.
I got family.
We had a drop to make.
Well, you wanted to be left alone, remember?
Fart humor kills me.
So
You've
I'll take
come
one
to the
guess,
right
the,
place, freelance.
Whole deal went south and the
Have
client
you
made
watched
off
The
with our
Happening?
pills.
I
Is that
have
about
not.
right?
The Happening. It sounds familiar, though.
Deal went
What's
off without a
happening?
hitch. Enough ration cards to last us a couple of months, easy.
You want to
It's
explain
just
this?
like sheer disappointment.
I was on my way back here, and I got jumped by these two assholes, all right? And yeah, they got a few good hits in, but... Look, I managed.
Give me that.
This part is semi-boring. No, I'm enthralled right now.
These
Generic
assholes
orb.
still
I'm
with us?
enthralled.
I think the pacing of this game is
funny.
very good.
Let's find out who they
They
were.
do hit you
look,
hard at
danger,
the beginning
danger,
with a
danger.
big old death.
What
Unbelievable.
So calm
is that
down,
Robert fucking sent them.
Calm down.
Calm down.
Armand.
Down.
He knows that we're after him. He figures he's gonna get us first.
Son of a bitch. He's smart.
I'm going back to study soon. I just want to see
He's
something.
not smart enough.
What?
I know where he's hiding.
Like hell you do.
So the game
Old warehouse in Area 5.
show
Can't say for how
Yeah.
long, though.
a little bit.
Well, I'm ready now. Yeah.
Oh, I can do now.
Oh, I can do now.
I can do now. I bet she can.
Nah, stay here. Yeah, can you guys convince Laws to stay here and not do work?
That means I'll be working up very, very late this evening.
You just gotta hang out for a little bit.
The checkpoint's still open.
We got a few hours left until
Not
curfew.
gonna lie, the doggo death in
Better
Ragnarok
hurry
hit
up.
harder than the girl in Last of Us. You're not wrong, personally.
Yeah, that one fucked up, Daz. Daz
Yeah.
doesn't have a daughter. Daz does have a dog.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Outside work duty.
Oh, that's such crap.
Stay until the apocalypse is over. Exactly. Can you just, you know, keep us company until this all blows over?
Alright. I just can't, like, I want to, like, lean back and enjoy this like a movie, but I have a microphone in front of my face and very short headphones.
You could scoot your chair forward.
I could,
But you're not gonna.
but I don't want to be, like, right up there, you know?
Hey, Brett, how you doing? Welcome back. Happening is a movie most people missed with Mark Wahlberg and Zoe Deschanel about a crisis similar to this.
Fuck yeah, let's watch it.
Mark Wahlberg and Zoe Deschanel?
I would never
Citizens are
imagine.
required
No.
to carry a current ID at all times. Compliance with all city personnel is mandatory.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Ration line hasn't opened yet. Must be
If you have
running
kids,
low
it hits
again.
different. Yeah, I imagine it would destroy you. that scene would be like, okay, yeah, I need to take a step back. You're a good boy, a brave boy. Ham and taters, please. I can't think about it. I go cry. I love the puppy. I love the puppy. Well, shit. Yeah, Last of Us TV show was very good. I loved the first episode. It was quite good. All right, let's go. Me and Tess. Skirt, skirt.
Seems like more people are getting infected.
That just means more people are sneaking out.
Do any of these buttons do anything? No, they do not. You're also playing this for the first time. Brett, were you interested because you started watching the show?
Play cool.
Hell fucking yes. Let's go.
The Happening is a Class A horrible piece of shit movie that's so funny by accident. That's my favorite type of movie. Am I going this way? Yeah, I think so. Once again, I was not paying attention.
See your IDs. There you go. What's your business here? Got the day off.
Drugs.
Visiting a friend. All right, move on through. Thanks.
Can you imagine?
Get out of here, Joe!
I think I would die.
Fireflies! They're running!
Hey, Duck's here. Hello, Duck.
Let's go. Come on.
That'll be really
Whee!
Surrounding area.
Whee! Pretty early on, but what do you think? Well, I watched the first episode of the show last
Checkpoint
night,
5 is now closed until further notice.
I'm pretty
All
enthralled.
civilians must clear the surrounding area immediately.
He's on fire.
Do
So
know
much
who's
for the
really
easy
good with
route.
movies?
Patch
Marky
yourself up,
Mark.
alright?
Not Mark Wahlberg. That Mark. Ridiculously good. Like, I feel like Marky Mark knows a lot of movies.
Marky Mark.
That's what you call Mark Wahlberg. Marky
They're gonna
Mark, that was
close
his,
all the
like,
checkpoints.
cute name.
We're gonna have
He
to
was
go around
cute.
the outside.
Marky Mark. Isn't that
Outside
his
the wall.
rap name? Yeah, I could put the blurps underneath, I think. Hold on. I have to put it underneath.
That's not a knife.
There we go.
That's a knife.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Or we could just let Robert go.
His rap career.
Cute.
You're right. Sorry.
That's actually from his rap career. First episode of the show is really good. If the rest of the show plays out well, then it honestly might be the best video game adaptation yet.
First episode's so good. I want to watch it again.
Yeah, the stakes are pretty high. People want it to be epic. They've got big shoes to fill.
Hey, Tess, you see that shit?
I was there. Hey, how's the east tunnel looking?
It's clear.
You would
I
not
just used it.
believe your
No
eyes.
patrols. So where are you off to?
Gonna pay
10
Robert
million
music.
fireflies.
Who else is looking for him?
Oh my god.
Marlene?
That song.
She's been asking around, trying to find him.
Marlene.
Marlene.
What do the fireflies need with Robert?
You think she'd tell me?
Well, what did you tell her?
True. I got no idea where he's hiding.
Good man. Hey, you stay out of trouble, all right? Military's gonna be out in force soon.
Oh.
see
With
you
a name
around.
like that, you know how good it was. It was legendary rap career of Marky Mark. With hits such as...
Marlene looking for Robert? What do you make of that?
Hey,
I don't like
do
it.
you like my muscles?
You better find him before the fireflies do.
Hey, do you like my muscles?
That's good because I like to hustle.
Nice. My brain was like, no words rhyme with muscles whatsoever.
Have you ever had a dream that you could
We're playing on a PS5.
Oh yeah, are the
is
settings
us.
boosted up? You got
Hey,
them all
guys.
sexy
How's
looking?
it going?
Well, I don't think I have an option. I think all of the video settings are just
stirring up out
Fucking
there.
high.
How we
Yeah.
looking over
You put 'em
here?
on?
Yeah.
It's been quiet. No signs of military or infected.
Hell yeah.
That's what
Two
I like
peas
to
in a
hear.
horrible, horrible pod. That's us.
Meow.
Meow. My eyes are so itchy. I haven't worn makeup
Joel,
in
give me
like
hand
a
with
week.
this.
And I just like smeared my eye right before stream because I completely forgot I was wearing makeup.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it didn't mess with anything, thankfully, but I completely forgot I was wearing it.
Well, you look great.
Thanks.
Thanks. You can't
Y'all
get your
take it easy
PS5
out
to
there.
work with your Elgato. Punk. Talk us through it because we've become mini experts on it because unfortunately
Let there be
I
light.
encountered some issues. But we'd love to help you
Yeah.
if we can.
Even today, like, we loaded it up in OBS, it was, like, weird and framey.
That
for
was
some
my
reason.
fault. I'd accidentally plugged it
Grab our
in
gear.
because we got this new audio interface. I plugged the audio interface into the wrong USB, and that was my fault. I'm sorry.
It was just, you had to plug it into a USB 3.0.
That's it. That's a Huggable Square assistance about 3 months ago.
Our backpacks are still here
It
from
was
last
working
time.
really poorly, and Huggy was like, "Have you stuck it in the right hole?" And I said, "Well, Huggy, what are we talking about here?" Sorry. It was a great conversation. It shows a black screen every time I connect it. Have you... It sounds like a really rude, but yeah, I was gonna
Not
just
a lot of
say
ammo.
look up a
Make the
YouTube
shots count.
tutorial, but that seems horrible to say, like...
Have you looked up a YouTube tutorial?
She quoted me directly.
Did they get the haptic feedback right with this game? I feel like there's only a short list of games that do it very well. Well, we do have the fun PS5 controller that has all the haptic feedback, so I'll let you know how it
Alright,
goes.
Texas.
Are you comfortable?
Boost me up.
Because you can unplug that now if you want.
Yeah, are we charged up?
We should be.
Wrong hole.
Yep. So you've done the HDCP thing. Otherwise, go into properties, configure video,
Want to boost me up?
and make sure you're obviously capturing your Elgato. Do video capture rather than
You
game
ready?
capture.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't use any Elgato software. I mean, Elgato, sponsor Darian.
Come on.
Hello. Uppies. Lift me up with your muscles. Have you turned it off and on again, you idiot?
Uppies. I forgot you had that command. It's adorable.
Yeah, hey Corsair, we love your stuff and your software. Please sponsor.
We actually do. But
Be careful.
OCP especially
When
loves
am I
the
not?
Elgato. There was like a
Trick question.
2-hour call I was on with Huggable where Huggable was like, "Can you just show me your game capture software?" And I was like, "No, it doesn't work. Just trust me. It's stupid and it gets in the way."
Oh god.
So we have no software installed on this PC.
No software whatsoever.
Straight through OBS using the HD60S Plus.
Software is not necessary. All you need is hardware. Hey Curly, how you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you. How are you doing? Joel looks like he's had a rough life. His face looks like an old catcher's mitt. You know, he's been through the ringer a little bit. In the show, they make him like 56.
Yeah.
I don't know how old he's supposed to be in the game, but we were not anticipating him
Ain't been out here in
being
a
that
while.
age.
56,
like we're on a
like Pedro
date.
Pascal
Well,
being
I
a
am the
56-year-old.
romantic type.
I mean, I
Your
guess maybe they age a little slower because they're like fit and, you know, having to fight things and stuff.
I feel like that would age
Where's
you
the
more, but
ladder?
I'm not sure.
It's got to be around
Maybe
here
he's
somewhere.
fit. It's not like he can go down and he'd have to sell all of his food cards to get like a bottle of wine to sink his depression with.
But you know, like the stress on your body from going through something like this, I feel.
Yeah, it's grey hair. That's it.
Yeah, that's all you get. Hey, you're late. What's up, dog hair? How you doing? Was I just in here? Yeah, I think I was. Darian has 0 spatial awareness.
Yeah, so sometimes this game will do that to you. So you you just explore. You'll find it.
I am exploring. After the tutorial scene, yeah, 20 years. I know in the show it went forward 20 years, but give me the where that is hard. The hardware, if you will. A bottle of wine to sink my depression. Do you dare me? Do you double dare me?
Hey, try over there.
Try over there. Excuse me? I'm sorry? What are you saying to me?
Turn around. Yeah, there. Did you just come from there?
Over there! You stepped on the... There's a ladder? Excuse me? What is she...
There's the
oh,
ladder.
here it is.
Got it.
Got it!
Great, bring
I
it over.
found it! How y'all feeling? I'm feeling great, dog hair. How are you feeling? I'm ready to play this frickin' game.
99% on Rotten Tomato.
Tomato. Darian says, F this, I'm out.
Ladies first.
Screw this game, I'm leaving.
Lady, you must be
Welcome
thinking
back,
of someone
Spade.
else.
How you doing? Did you watch
It's
the
all
first
relative.
episode? I did! I did, Curly. I loved it. What did you think? Watching a seal learn to type.
This
You're
way.
like so excited when they figure it out, you know?
Do seals figure it out?
Eventually. Like they brute force it. Slapping at the controls until something happens, exactly. Wanna play some billiards?
Curly, you have to watch
through
it.
here.
It's so good.
So good.
And there were parts where Bella Ramsey, like
Robert's still got
Darren
our
and I were
guns?
calling
For
it
his
like the
sake.
Bella Ramsey
Once
meter,
we get our merchandise
where
back,
like
it
she
should be
does
easy to
something
unload.
and it convinces
Speaking
us
of
that she's
merchandise, when's that
perfect
next
Ellie.
shipment due?
And it started back here,
More
but
pills,
throughout
lots of ammo.
it was like
Yeah.
ticking,
Supposedly.
ticking.
Hold up.
So many different
Spores.
things she said where I was like, I can literally hear Ashley Johnson.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Excuse me.
The hell are all these coming
Oh my
from?
gosh, I'm
Place was
hiccuping.
clear last
Bless
time.
you.
They're coming out of something. Stay alert.
Isn't your first stream with Lozzie though? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha.
Hordy whore.
I see what you did there. Asbestos. Yeah, there's some asbestos in here. This is, you don't want to be in here. This is a nasty zone.
This isn't actually the fungus from the cordyceps.
This is just a stanky
It's
fucking
just-
room.
It's a laundry, and it's been there for how long? It's nasty shit.
There's our culprit.
This is a stinky room. It's musty.
Body's not that old. Better keep your eyes and ears open.
I should be able to fit
Smells
through
like
here.
forts.
Oh, shit.
You okay?
Yeah. Damn ceiling's falling apart. Be careful. This way.
This way. So many cool people here. Ah, you know, we have the best
Easy.
community. We got the bestest people here.
Jesus. Watch it, watch it.
The way he was squeezing through the gap there, it was like he like really clenched too tight and then just had to...
What do you want to do?
Thank you, Ducko.
What do I want to do?
He's breathed in the spores.
So they want me to kill him.
You don't have to. Hey, hey.
Yo! Minx my brain! Minx, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! How we doing? Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your stream? This man just asked me to kill him. You've come in at a beautiful time, my friends.
I would do it in the head so like it's like official. Because right now you just
I think I have auto aim on because it keeps pulling me away from his head.
That's kind of fucked up.
Dancing and partying as a man dies in front of her. Hey Prez, how's it going? Welcome in. Oh, you're playing some Mass Effect. How is Mass Effect today? Welcome in, Raiders. How we all doing? Sorry, bud. Welcome to the execution, everyone. Do it with a blade?
Poor bastard.
I always shoot him in the head.
It wouldn't let me because I have auto aim on.
You might want that.
Does it matter if I shoot them in the head?
Yes. Later in the game, you'll really want to think about conserving bullets. Yes, Fish has been with
Fish
me
is
the whole
here.
time.
I just realized. Darian wants to guarantee headshot, but auto aim is like, nah, we believe in torture. Yeah, auto aim is not interested in putting them out of their misery. Hey, Captain Thick, welcome in. How you doing?
Thanks, Prez. I hope you're well, pal.
Minx, thank you so much for the raid,
Oh
my
my
friend.
God,
I hope
my
you're doing well.
butthole.
I'm sure your Mass Effect was lovely today. If you would like to go take care of yourself, my friend, please feel free. And Raiders as well. If y'all want to go get yourself a snack and maybe a beverage, stretch your legs, please do. We'll be here playing some Last of Us Part 1 today. My very first playthrough. Stoked. Congrats on reaching partner. Aw, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it's been very exciting. I decided to christen this experience with a little sadness. A sad video game. Why is a cat named Fish? Did you catch a kitten while fishing?
It's just a really funny name.
Yep, it
Imagine
sure is.
calling a cat fish.
You hear that? Shh, shh.
Catfish.
Uh-oh. Rawr! Rawr! Stealth kill. Oh, you're nasty. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. A cat named Fish. It's just cute.
It's just cute. Did you catch a fish while catting?
Jesus.
Oh! Hi, friends.
If you want, you can also turn off your light.
Do not react to your flashlight.
No, but I believe clickers do.
Oh boy.
Clickers are freaky as fuck.
They're eating him. And then they're gonna eat me. Yeah, I could just like shine it in their face and see. Just test it that way. And if I get horrifically murdered and eaten alive.
I keep going to touch this to stop.
To mute it? Yeah.
Sorry for touching you in chat.
Cannot shut off or loot everything obsession. Give me everything. Why can't I loot it? I would want to loot everything.
You'll want to, for sure. It's just, there probably won't be much stuff around here.
There's just nothing here to loot.
You should be able to open drawers and shit. You don't have to.
No, there's nothing to open. Oh, there we are. I'm full. That's why.
Full of shit.
I'm full of shit. Okay.
Stairs?
There's stairs?
Keep going straight.
Oh, I see. I am a loot goblin in video games, and I am a chaos goblin outside of them.
You're not a chaos goblin in video games?
Nope.
You're very straight and serious.
Mm-hmm. I play them completely normally.
Yep.
Hello! Give me all your goodies! Do you have any cookies for me? No cookies.
Are you ready to jingle your bells?
Subject panic!
Congrats on partner and happy birthday, Lozzie.
Thank you!
Thank you for the 3 months, my friend. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing today? Oh. Yeah, his back must be hurting from walking like this. Seriously.
His quads, right? Just absolutely fucking ripped.
Dude is, yeah, he must be...
There's something there.
What is this?
I don't know.
Wookiee's here. Hello, Wookiee. How are you? Read, please. Hey, brother. Hey, brother. We were so close. I'm sitting outside the walls knowing I'll never see the inside of the zone. While waiting for the smuggler to show up, we heard a squad of soldiers approaching. In our panic, we ducked into this building in hopes of hiding from them. None of us noticed the spores until it was too late.
Oh.
We're all infected. We have a few hours, maybe a day at most. I hope the smuggler is still coming so that I can at least pass this note to you. I should have listened to you and come to the zone with you when I had the chance. Now it's too late. Take care, Marky Mark.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. We came into this here building and tried to do a rap.
They got infected trying to sneak into the zone.
As much as everyone complains about it. You got all these poor bastards.
We're duck walking the whole game. You best believe. Darian lost her job as a video game QA because she played the game too normally. She never caught any bugs because she refused to play in strange ways. Exactly. I play the game exactly as how you would anticipate someone playing. I'm just too boring. Good name, good bloke.
Like the infected.
Happy birthday, Lozzie. I'm good in you. Oh, we're doing well, Wookiee. I'm loving playing this game with Laws here. She loves The Last of Us, so I figured having her here would be the perfect accompaniment.
I'm just sad that the Funky Bunch all died.
Yeah, it's not been as funky since they left. The funkiness has gone downhill. Is that it for this room?
Yeah.
Okay. Just quickly saying hi and going to play The Devil in Me. Ooh, Subject Panic. Let us know how it goes. I do like the Dark Pictures anthology. We've played Until Dawn recently, which was delightful, but I've yet to find another Dark Pictures game that I like as much as Until Dawn. Whee! Mr. Kunai, welcome in. Where's the Ellie cosplay? It is me! God damn it.
I'm just getting in the way, guys.
It is I. This is my Ellie cosplay. It's very low budget.
Mainly because about 5 minutes before
Some fresh air.
Darian streamed, I was like, you should do an
That's
Ellie
the one
cosplay.
thing I love about the outside.
And she was like, God fucking damn it, what?
So we threw this
Why
together.
don't you ask Bill to get you some of them
The
air
hair's the
fresheners?
same.
Hey,
The kind of
if they weren't expired,
shirt
that'd be a
thing's
good
the
idea.
same.
Yeah.
Ellie also wore really good makeup.
Balls.
Yeah, we watched the first episode of the series yesterday as soon as it came out. I'm just gonna be duck walking the whole game. Balls! Can you kill them so they quit grunting? But then I would miss the grunting.
Through here.
Cassie!
I got it.
Hello? Oh, it's from Lozzie's chat. Oh.
Oh, there you go. Thanks, Cassie.
How are you, Cassie? Great to see you.
Damn it.
You're gonna be sitting all day, just duck sitting. Sounds good, duck. Are you feeling better or are you still feeling sickly? There's gotta be something to extend across, probably, right?
Probably downstairs.
Be a dear, would you?
Be a dear, would ya?
I'll get it.
Here
Where's
it
the
is.
blood, though? Well, I could get some, but that might be against TOS.
I have fake blood.
Don't tell him that.
Oh,
Oh! My ankles.
here it is. Look at you go.
I found it.
My ankles.
Here, pass it to
Yes, Darian. How does it feel to be partner? Wait, I don't need to do a fake microphone.
Balls. It feels,
No.
It feels great. I love it. I'm very excited. It feels surreal, honestly. It's something I've
Balls.
something I've looked forward to
Balls.
for a long time. So it's a little bit hard to kind of wrap your head around, you know?
We're all proud of you.
It's a
Thanks.
bit heavy.
I think I can handle it.
I think I can handle it.
All right.
Joel does a bridge troll shamble walk. I love it. Okay, that's fine. You go on without me, Tess. I'll just stay here. I'll hang out here. You go save the world.
She's not saving the world just yet. She's just getting her money back. She's getting a package back.
Watching someone play Last of Us for the first time is the best
Get your ass
thing.
up
How
here.
are you?
Let's move.
Bossy
Ooh, I'm
today.
very excited to be
Getting close.
providing it for you, Casty. Okay.
My name is Joel, and all I do is duck walk. Maybe I could walk with straight legs, but I can't. Gotta keep 'em bent so I can walk slow.
Make sure there ain't
My
any
ankles
soldiers
hurt
around.
less 'cause a duck walked there.
It's clear. Come on.
If I stay low to the ground, I will have big thighs. No one can stop me duck walking. Do you reckon this is how duck walks around the house?
Yeah. Quack, 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 quack.
Duck, I never
Quack.
saw you walk like this.
Quack, quack, quack. Are 2 balls better than 1? Does it really matter? And if 2 are better, then are 3 great? And is there
Three's a crowd.
Is
Imagine getting 3 in there.
Shut it.
3's a crowd. That's why you walked like that, so you wouldn't see me. Just crouching, unstoppable thighs. If you know what, if you walked around, I can't crouch. It won't let me. I'm being stifled. If you walked around like that at all times, you would definitely have thighs strong enough
Pick up
to
that ammo. I'm sure we'll need it.
crush a watermelon.
Oh, have you seen that shit? People can crush watermelons with their breasts. They just pick them up and slam them down. Have you ever seen that?
Their breasts?
Yes. Just whoom, bang, splatter. You guys not watch the same porn?
YouTube.
Have you not seen this? Everyone here has seen it other than you, I think.
Scarier than a drop bear.
Could you demonstrate? Oh my fucking god.
Oh, could you?
That's.
I didn't need to know this. Are you sure?
Am I sure?
I think you did need to know that. I think you wouldn't have been the same. I think we're all different now that we know that.
I'm linking it right now.
Hey, little man.
1 second, everyone.
Make sure the coast is clear.
Maybe I was thinking of breast smashing
soldiers,
Watermelon
no
Galaxy.
Robert's men, yeah?
You're a lovely community member.
Ah!
Huggable, can you confirm?
You know he's expecting us.
Watermelon.
Well, that'll make it more interesting.
Watermelon sugar.
Is that
Watermelon breast.
the woman that can smash things with her breasts?
Good to go. Come on.
Surely I can't watch this.
Woman smashes things with her breasts, not on stream.
Hey, Tess.
That's
Hey, Lee, how you doing?
Not right now.
Knowledge
Terrence.
is power.
No, it's good. Look,
Not
I got the car.
now. You hear me?
Okay. You can do that. Okay, I'll help you pack it.
Oh shit! Yeah! Sid, thank you for the raid!
Just in time, everyone.
I can't tell you what we were just doing. Sid, thank you so much for the raid! We weren't doing anything weird. We were definitely doing normal things.
Act normal, everyone. Look away. Clear your history.
Laz was just telling us about, because we were talking about how Joel was crouching. I had him crouched for a very long time. We were talking about how he would have massive muscles in his thighs. He would be able to crush a watermelon, no problem, no questions asked. And then Laz was enlightening us, letting us know about how there are people who can crush watermelons with their breasts. And she was showing me a video when you stumbled in here. So welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you all doing? How is The Witcher 3? How are you enjoying it, Sin? I love Witcher 3.
What can you crush with?
Raiders, what can you crush? What can you crush?
Just leave it there.
How would you crush a watermelon? Are they real breasts or fake cement ones? They make cement ones?
Live on stream reaction.
Oh my god, it's so violent. That has to hurt. That looks painful.
It's alright. She asked the plastic surgeon to make sure that they were Kevlar plated. Can you just get some Kevlar in there? I have plans.
I need to crush some watermelons. My god.
I don't know how else to open my husband's can of beer.
Hey Beat, how you doing? Hey Reaper, welcome in.
That's not a knife.
This is a knife.
That's a knife.
Witcher 3 is a lot of fun. Ooh. I was expecting more smexy time though. Yeah, you know what? They definitely promise a lot of smexy time, but then don't deliver it. It's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, but you gotta work for it.
We could do with more smexy time. In fact, just give us a hentai game. Sorry.
Just give us a hentai game?
Anyway.
Sorry.
Hi, Revan. How you doing?
No. Somebody said smexy time. You could have chosen anything and you went hentai?
Melon on melon crime? Have you ever legislated? Oh my god, that's not the word I was looking for. Anyway, I was gonna say when I get my top surgery redone, I'm gonna get them to toss a hydraulic press in there while they're at it. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Imagine the money you could make with that.
I would just need a blow up, like an inflator, for when I really need a little bit more, and deflator for when I need a little less.
Twitch streamer VeryDarian lobbies for new legislation that requires all games to include hentai. Give us hentai or give us death.
Like, exactly.
Where do you think you're going?
What about those shoes that you have like wheels on the back?
Tess. Didn't realize you two were together.
You
Go
had
ahead.
them on your breasts. Titties. It'd be like a skateboard. You'd need some on your knees too.
No, you would just, the rest of your body would like Turn vertical, and you
Just-
woo.
You thought it was a good idea to get me on here.
Yeah. Video games. Inflate a titty. Thank you, Minx. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I really appreciate it. Take care
Who's
of
that?
yourself.
An old headache.
A new meaning
Don't
to it's clobbering time. I'm gonna clobber you. Nip sliding. Surely not.
Nip sliding, that's at the 2032 Olympics.
Guy's been
Get
hoarding
your,
all sorts of
start funding for your titty heelys.
We gotta start training, guys. Star Wonders, welcome in, my friend. Is it D-Gen chat time? It's D-Gen. Are these guys pissing?
I'm gonna cosplay like this guy.
Oh, he looks like he's pissing.
No. Well, do you think he's just... Look, you can see his other hand.
He's
Oh,
he's hands-free.
She's there, so maybe some help. Oh! You missed a little thingy.
A thingy?
On the board.
What's that?
Marlene,
Marlene, Marlene, Marlene. Criminal record.
You did conspired murder.
Suspect is wanted on multiple charges, including terrorism, murder, conspiracy to murder, forgery, bribery, robbery, and others, etc. Stemming from organizing and leading the terrorist group known as the Fireflies. Suspect should be considered armed and dangerous at all times. She has 2 arms.
Most of ours only have 1 arm. She's got 2. This is serious, man.
It's D-Gen chat all the time. Literally all day, every day. It's D-Gen chat time. Anyway, is that all we're doing? Oh, is it this way? Oh, how the turntables. I don't know where the fuck I'm going.
I know. Why don't you go through that door there?
This one?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go through this one.
She's waiting patiently for you. Wow! It triggered a cutscene.
That must be the right way.
Well done!
Half hour ago, you went back to the war. Is there now?
Wholesome very mama, she knows.
She's up there.
She's more D-Gen than us, chat. We can only hope to be as D-Gen as very mama.
Yes, she's our inspiration.
Look, Mom, no hands.
What, did you do it on normal difficulty?
Yeah, I did it on extra super mega difficult.
Yeah, like the one where it's like, don't even bother trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're like...
I wanted just like a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, just a little bit one.
Yeah.
Here we
Okay,
go.
well, good luck.
Thank you.
This is the
Let us
start of combat
You guys
action
need to turn
tutorial.
around and head back if you know what's good for you.
Our beef isn't with you. We just won't rob.
Our beef isn't with
you. Don't want
you.
to do this.
Our
Turn the
beef
fuck around and leave now.
in the middle of
I'm not
our
going
street.
anywhere without Robert.
Bitch, I will
It
bash your
smells-
skull
Hello
there.
unless you turn
'Cause
around
it's
and
been
get your
sitting
dumb ass
out
out
in
of here.
heat.
Fuck this.
Take cover!
You ready?
Now there's beef in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Cover you. Get the angle on
It's
him.
smelly, man.
Don't approach enemies directly. Use the environment to flank them. Ah!
Wait, don't
Ow!
You'll get used to it. Don't be upset or concerned if headshots do actually.
Ow!
You get rid of the headshots, i.e., you won't use as much ammo, and ammo is everything in this game.
I did it.
Nicely done, Texas.
You too.
Nice shooting,
Where the
Tex.
hell did he get all these guys?
If Robert's
Let's
good
turn
at one
auto aim
thing,
really quick.
it's
Yeah,
writing
you know, I
blank
play on
checks.
the hardest difficulty,
put
which
an end to
auto aim
that.
being on makes it even harder.
I think so.
Because it doesn't allow you to shoot people in the head.
You should shoot them in the head.
It doesn't let me!
Well, you're gonna need to.
Beef Street.
Beef Street. In the middle of our street.
I have a bullet in my hip. You know what? I'm saving it for later.
Shit, not going through here.
In the middle. Oh,
Whoa!
Hey, me up.
Jesus! Open the goddamn door!
haven't you people ever heard of?
Alright, well,
Oh, Jesus. Thought you were a pro gamer. That's what I'm saying, is that it makes it more difficult.
Do you want to turn it off?
No.
Give me your hand.
You're gonna want to kill clickers in the head. Open the fucking door right now, Tess.
How do I reload? Nope.
Triangle? No. I forget. Square?
Nope.
Circle. Triangle.
I tried that one. Is it R for reload? How do...
X.
There's no reload.
The fuck there is.
You have to use the other stick? Okay, the other stick. Thank you, Punk. Take care, my friend. Thanks for popping in. I know, now I want a pistol whip.
Rub the touchpad.
You're a bloody idiot.
You're a bloody idiot.
Oh, that's how I craft, it seems.
Oh yeah, aim. So if you go back. Aim.
What? Press R2 while not aiming. Thanks. Thank you. How do I reload? Punch his test in the fucking head.
Tell me, woman.
Punch. Lovingly rub the touchpad. Imagine you're in a high stakes situation and you lovingly
Over
rub
here, Joel.
the touchpad. Skirt. Bloop. Thank you, Huggable. You're smart.
More of Robert's guys.
Shit, I see.
This is easy.
How do you know they're coming?
Two of our guys
You'll
died
know
trying to
they're
take
coming.
Tess out. I guarantee that she and Joel are on their way here right now to get Robert.
Jesus. We shouldn't take this job.
Not our call. Let's spread out and make sure no one's creeping around in here.
After you drink your water too.
Oh, well done. Hi, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm gonna get you.
Did you check whether there were other people around before you did this?
No. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I got him. Hey, Nina, how you doing? They should make a game where you're only virus zombie and you're trying to fit in with the fungus zombies and make them think you're cool, trying to get them to swarm humans with you. And then they can call the game LFT. It's just generic zombie game and you just become a zombie. Okay, we cannot sneak in there. We cannot. Imagine getting caught because you tooted a little bit. You had a little a fear toot. And they're like, what was that? What was that sound?
Must have been the wind.
It's always that damn wind. Oh, hello.
So remember, you can press R1 to listen.
All these soldiers showed up with a
And then
group
you'll
of
see
about
these
5
little, like-
civs, all in
That's
And
where
you-
Tess is.
You'll increase that
Let me guess.
to
Fireflies?
it'll also show you them.
Yep. They lined
She
them up
went
against the
around
wall
that
and
way.
Bang, bang, bang. They just executed all of them.
Shouldn't have had that damn burrito.
You take one out, I'll take the other.
Okay.
Seriously?
Was that like a protein bar or something?
Yeah, that was health. So you just ate it, essentially.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to pick it up.
So those sounds mean somebody can hear or see you.
Oh.
So when you hear that, whoo, it's like you're on their radar.
Oh, okay.
So get hiding.
Okay.
Have they taught you that you can pick up bottles and stuff from the ground and throw them to distract?
I don't think so. I don't think. Oh! Sorry! I don't think there is one yet. Yeah, we watched the first episode last night, Kiwi. Have you watched it yet? Okay, we're just gonna have to go in and do it. I'm just gonna...
Can you aim for his head? Yes.
Come on!
Get him! Fuck his ass up, Tess! Yeah, fuck him up! Oh, oopsie. My bad.
Let's search the area.
Don't mind if I
I'm
do.
keen to see how you like evolve your gameplay once you like get better at the game.
Once you're not shit at the game.
No, you've literally just started. You shit. Oh my god, I can't say anything.
Yeah, I would like to throw bricks. That would be nice.
So it should increase your health.
Ah, can I throw bricks to murder enemies?
You can throw it at their face to like distract them, and then you can grab them. And, or you can use it to like throw it somewhere else.
When Stubbs the zombie. Stubbs the zombie.
Hey.
Who dat?
There you go. There's a bottle.
Supplies are locked up.
Good. Let's do another once over and then head out.
Give me.
And now you can. Oh, they're teaching you now.
To
We'll be holing up with the knife.
without even to quick
Paranoid to stay here by
So,
himself.
quick throw would be like if you're
We'll check
really
in with the others,
panicky
come
and
up with
somebody's
something.
on you, you can like throw it at them. Otherwise, you can like aim it to a specific area to like bring them in.
Oh, I see. I could just take this motherfucker out.
You could, but you could also be seen. It's up to you. You play it however you want.
So if I threw it over here, he would come more inside?
Potentially.
What was that?
Must have been the wind. It's another fear toot. Okay, now you can kill him.
Hey there,
Glad to
fella.
see you, though.
Whoa!
Quick.
Death! Get him! Get him! Kill him!
Has he got anything?
Oh,
Somebody can see you. Who is it?
Where? Where are you perceiving me from?
There.
Oh.
Oh, he coming. Oh, Lord. Are you kidding?
I'm just gonna kill him. I'm going to... Okay.
My favorite so far is like, you just like, you're absolutely gonna shoot everyone.
Come through the door. I fucking dare you.
Ooh, another bottle.
Hit them with a brick in the face to distract them.
I mean, it works.
It certainly does. It'll
Ow,
get your
my
attention.
face. Dark walking, part 2.
Wop, wop.
Walking.
Wop, wop.
You know, if you walk in his blood, it should collect on you. And it also... Can you hear that? Can you see your little feet? See your little feet? You're gonna get them nice and juicy. There you go. There's your little feetsies. You can make hand art. You know how you used to play with paint? Joel's doing that at preschool or kindergarten. Can you hear that?
What is that?
You continue.
Okay.
Oh.
Goodbye. Fishy. Fish is playing the drums out there. She's practicing her drum solo. Barricade the door. They're coming in! Hi. Fishy is here.
She's gonna say hello.
Hello, fish.
Look at the camera, Bobby. No?
Hello, fish.
She's a little football. She's so shy. Why are you so shy? There you
Hi,
go. Say
fish.
hello to everyone.
Oh, hey, baby.
Hello.
Hi. You're upset, I think. What's that sound?
She doesn't like the banging. Sorry. She's okay.
What's the banging?
I don't know. I think it's outside.
Somebody do be banging. I had a dream that you and Lozzie were in last night. Oh, goodness. What was the dream? Did I punch a shark in the nose? It's a beautiful baby.
You had your first ocean swim the other day.
I sure did.
Not in the world. Not ever. First Australian ocean swim.
It was very fun. Very salty.
Yes, a
Poor
bit.
fish. No, fish is happy. She's a good girl.
You a bit scared
Hey
of the
now,
banging?
you're a kitty star. Get your nip on. Get played.
Oh, she belly rubs.
How come the name Noel is pronounced Noel, but Joel isn't pronounced Joel?
I mean, I'm sure if Joel wanted it,
To
he
be-
could insist on it, you know?
It's actually Joel.
Yeah, sorry, Mum. I want to be called Joel now.
It's actually Joella.
Joella the Third.
Jelly that Daz gets more attention than Kitty. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Oh, she can see. She's watching you.
Are you gonna watch Fish? Oh, jeez. Where is it?
What?
Oh, there's a little fishy baby. There she is.
Can you see?
For some reason, we were going to get ice cream, but my aunt, who I haven't talked to in years, was driving and we got lost. But what kind of ice cream were we going to get? That's the important thing. If Fish bites you, you will turn into a crazy cat lady. Don't turn into Lozzie. What? She's not a crazy cat lady.
I'm certainly not.
She's just a loving cat owner. Fish is like, I hate this. I hate this whole business.
She's fine. She's fine.
She's fine. Alright, let's do this. Is it true that the lethal amount of salt water is one big gulp? What? 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 What are you asking me?
Yeah, it's something Darian would definitely know.
Taking one big gulp of salt water is deadly?
Let's try it.
Yeah, I'll go back
On
to
stream.
the ocean. Give it a try. Home.
You be careful now. Make sure you listen. Oh, there's somebody there, but there's somebody there.
Is there another entrance?
Entrance D's nuts.
I will go up. We will go uppies. Having the high ground is always good. Don't think we ever discussed what ice cream everyone was going to get. Well, we weren't sufficiently prepared, it seems.
What?
For getting ice cream in Huggable's dream.
Oh. We have ice cream.
Oh, you're going downstairs?
Stirs. Skirt, skirt.
Hmm. Why don't you come in here?
You hear that?
There's somebody behind you, Des.
What? Oh, hello. Oh, hi. Shit.
Why don't you come in here, everyone?
All right, go.
Got it.
Oh.
Right here.
Someone to your right.
Shit, tits,
Little buttholes. Wow.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Them pickles. I'm so
Where the hell
angry.
did you go?
Get him, Tess.
Oh, let's fucking go.
Did I get him?
Yeah. The little red, like, when you have, like, the red burst and it's, like, really tight and close. Like, it looks like a tiny little
We should have brought
butthole.
more people.
That means you
Need
did
to slow
good.
us down.
Yeah, all those Overwatch hours paying off. I agree.
Not auto aim at
Come
all.
on, the docks
No.
are this way.
Not at all.
Let's do this.
I've been training for years for this, okay?
Did you kill Travis? Oh.
Travis Willingham.
Will and Ham.
Willing.
Will and Blam. Blam Blam.
That's his nickname.
Oh, you got a shiv.
Oh, good. Press triangle to grab an unaware enemy and triangle for a silent shiv kill.
Yeah, you'll want to, like, when you meet a clicker, that's the only way you can kill them. By sneaking up. You can't choke them out. So I always tend to try and have one shiv in my arsenal at a time.
Okay.
You can craft as well whenever you want.
Aha.
You can't.
I don't have enough. I have pills, though. Healing speed. Interesting.
Also, this does have a skill tree.
Okay.
Like, that's pretty much what you just saw.
What's on the floor? Did I miss something on the floor?
A bottle.
A shiv in my arse and all. Did I get it all? Did I get all of the loot?
I have this, like, idea that Joel's just walking around with a beer in his hand.
Hey, Waffle, thank you so much. It does indeed. Thank you, thank you.
I can guarantee, Waffle, she did indeed shake her waffle.
I shook my waffle indeed. Some nice person made that shiv just for you, I'd like to think. Like a murderous Santa leaving gifts.
You could also say, in my ass, anal.
You could.
But I'm just saying, that's a double pun.
We like that better. We like a double pun. It's like a double rainbow.
The double anus.
Fuck. Well, now what? Oh! Oh, I have to hold it. I have to hold it. I understand.
I like the idea again that Joel's like,
Cool.
ooh, ooh, ooh. You want to get through?
Double Raiders bow.
There's our boy.
I thought it was a mash. I've been playing a lot of Mario Party.
Yes, oh my gosh, how good is Mario Party?
Love a good Mario Party.
Let's go wrap this up.
Screet! Screet! Oh. Another shiv!
More shivs. Santa's been so nice to me this year.
Just throw them out at you.
Yeah, well.
Consider your supplies when choosing how to engage your enemies.
Contacts in the south.
I'm getting engaged to my enemies?
Selling stuff. This is why we're taking shit.
Okay, there's one over there and there's two over there. Cage!
Hey!
Hello, Cage. Welcome in. Thank you so much. How are you doing, Cage? Who has won the most at Mario Party?
Plenty of the other smugglers. do.
Laws.
What do you think's gonna happen here once the
We
plot
shouldn't be
runs?
surprised, though.
No, we should. You're a much better gamer than me.
Well,
I was just lucky.
Mario, yeah, I was gonna say, Mario Party isn't really a whole lot about strategy or anything like that.
Wow, so you just like complimented me and then you took it away.
Oh, hi.
We got so close.
Oh, there's another shiv. Give me.
Thank you, Cage. Thank you so much. I hope you're well.
Oh my goodness.
Make sure you listen all the time. You will learn good things.
Uh-huh.
Have you been enjoying The Last of Us? Cage asked.
It's great. I watched the first episode of the HBO series last night.
You're so good at Mario Party, the game for dumb idiot babies who suck at games. That is literally what you said. Word for word.
Why is this bucket so loud? This bucket is so loud.
It's because you keep kicking it.
I know.
You're not meant to kick the bucket. You're meant to kick their buckets. Not your own bucket.
Get out of the way.
You're just pushing the bucket. Ooh, how did this bucket get here? Come investigate it.
Very mysterious.
You're just gonna throw the bottle anywhere. It has to be close to somebody.
No. They're gonna come investigate now.
But...
Oh! I told you! It worked! It worked.
You woke everyone up.
They were already awake. They were... Oh! Jesus fucking shit!
Pick up that melee thing!
Oh my god. Oh my good lord. Jesus Christ. Must have been the wind. Beat his ass.
There's one coming. You can press square to just smash him. And then it breaks. So make sure you pick up more.
Okay. I'm very scared.
You're doing so well.
How do I... Okay. Hello?
Behind you, Tess!
Over here! Oh, shit.
Auto aim can't save you now! He shot his hat off!
Shot his hat clean off, baby. Yeah!
Ow.
The fuck is that bucket kicky sound?
Where'd you go?
I'm right here, bestie. Oh, you're over there. I see.
Joel. Joel.
Joel. Joel.
I know you can't shoot right now.
Die, please.
Hey, man. Don't do anything stupid, all right?
Stop.
Oh, God. Fuck these guys.
I agree. That was the Board of Education. You've been introduced.
The Board of Education is my fists.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, it's the board.
Oh, do I wanna... Is this a brick?
You can have a brick or a bottle. It's whatever you like. Try both sounds. Whatever.
Someone's
feels
gonna
nice.
get bricked in the face.
You're shitting bricks?
We're shitting bricks, bro. Hello? Hello?
You're doing well.
I'm troll shambling again. His rock hard thighs. Joel is bricked up. I'm bricked up. We're all bricked up.
That office. Robert must have run in there. Let's go get him.
Robert!
What that? What that? Go back.
What?
Go back. There's something. It's flashing. What that? See that
Oh,
flashing?
that thing.
It's good for you.
Thank you.
You need it.
Nom 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 nom.
Everything you pick up will be good and helpful for you.
Okay, I pick it up. Thank you.
Sorry, am I backseating?
Only front seating, please. Everybody's crowded into the front seat. Together. We're in a little clown car together.
Let's not wait around.
Joel. Don't eat it.
Joel.
It's a first aid kit. I like to eat the noodles.
Whoa! Back in the fuck
like
back!
a Go-Gurt.
We just want to talk, Robert.
We got fucking nothing to talk about.
Put your gun down.
Put this down. Oh.
Go fuck
I'm
yourself.
gonna brick you. You're gonna
running.
throw the gun.
It's a pretty good throw.
Robert!
Right through the door hole.
What was the goal
this way.
there? Hold L1 to sprint.
Come on, he's
I
right
don't
in here.
think I need to. I think I'll just have a light jog.
You... Okay.
Was that not the right way?
No, you do it perfectly.
Did I
Continue.
miss something?
No, you're perfect.
Oh! What happened? What did I do?
Robert got away.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he can get away. That's why
Oh.
I said L1 to sprint.
Oh, I see. I got you.
I don't think I need to. A light jog will be fine.
Robert!
Got him.
Robert, how dare you make me lose this game, Robert? He didn't.
Get through that hole.
He's right there.
Where?
Get through
This
that
one?
hole. Yeah.
Robert!
Stick around as much as I.
Draven, what's up, Draven?
Oh, hello, Robert.
Doing well. How are you doing, my friend?
Yes. Joel. No hard feelings, right?
None at all.
All right.
But.
Oh!
God damn it!
Ow!
We missed
Can you
you.
imagine?
Pain.
Right in the.
Whatever it is you heard,
Right in
it
the
ain't true,
ankles.
okay? I just want to
Think
say...
of the
guns.
knees.
You want to tell us
What
where
would
the
you
guns
rather,
are?
ankle or knees?
Ankle.
You would
Yeah,
rather
sure,
be hit in the
but-
ankle, or you'd rather keep. your
It's
ankle?
I'd
complicated.
rather get hit in the ankle than the knee.
Really?
Look, all right,
Yeah.
just hear me out on
Gosh,
this.
but that
I
little,
got...
that little bony part, the little spur of your ankle.
Stop!
It hurts like a bitch. You just put a tennis and hit it.
Quit your squirming.
Make me
Oh, you hit it with, like, you're
You're
on a
saying?
scooter, and, like, it spins around and it hits your ankle.
Oh, yes, the razor scooters. Look, Mom, I can do a flip.
Excuse me.
I didn't have much of a choice. I owed someone.
You owed us.
You owed me.
I say you bet on the wrong horse.
I just need more time.
I'm more of a
Give me a
lover than a
week.
fighter.
You
It's
know,
true.
I might have done that if you hadn't tried to fucking kill me.
How's the new mic,
Who
guys?
has our guns?
Is it picking up Darian's lovely voice?
I can't. Hey. Just give me a couple days.
Oh!
Who has our guns?
No hard feelings, just
The
broken
Fireflies.
shins.
I owed the Fireflies.
What?
It's great.
Hey,
Hi, Josiah. How you doing?
they're
Good
basically all
evening.
dead.
How are you?
We could just go in there, finish them off. We get the guns. What do you say? Come on. Yeah, fuck those
You
Fireflies.
enjoying your time down under?
Let's go
I
get
am,
'em.
Draven.
That is a stupid idea.
Ruthless, right?
Well, now what?
Well, shit. Our
Go get
afternoon
our
is freed
merchandise
up.
back.
How?
I don't know. We explain it to them.
He'll be all right. He'll be
Let's-
just fine.
He's
go
also
find
just
Firefly.
sleeping.
He's just
You don't
taking
have
a
to
little
look very
nap.
far.
Sarah's been sleeping for 20 years. Marlene!
Go.
Marlene! Marlene!
Firefly.
Marlene!
Why
I
are
can't
you
believe you
here?
just left me hanging there.
Business.
I'll do it. It's fine. I don't need a
You're
need a
looking so
singing
hot.
partner.
Oh,
Where's Robert?
God. He's dead.
Oh, look at this squelchies.
I needed him alive.
Well,
The guns he gave you?
Sorry about that.
They weren't his to sell. I want them back.
Doesn't work like that, Tess.
The hell it doesn't.
I paid for those guns. You want them back?
Hey
You have
Ace,
to
how
earn
you
'em.
doing? Welcome in. Hello. Who is Pete anyway, and
How
what
many
is his
cards are we
stake?
talking about?
I don't give a damn about rats.
Better to back seat than to sack beat.
I need something smuggled out of the city. You do that,
I stole that
I'll
one
give you
from
your guns
Duck.
back. Then some.
Thank you, Duck.
Wow.
We know you got them.
Okay.
Well, I hear the military's been wiping you guys out.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
You're right about that. I'll show you the weapons.
One and only time I tried riding an electric scooter, I ankled
I gotta
myself.
move. What's it gonna be?
I ankled myself so many times with that heavy ass piece of shit. It's inevitable with those scooters.
We gotta get out of here now.
Whee!
So, what do you think about
You want this
Marlene?
deal? We gotta move.
Is she dying?
Yeah, she got shot.
Yeah, that'd do
I know
it.
a way around this. Come on.
She seems cool, but she is dying, which is uncool.
I've always said that.
You should try not dying.
Yeah, maybe you should just stop dying.
Let me go first. I'm Joelle. I go first. Hello, Captain Mango. Thank you very much, my
Just,
friend.
Like, immediately ruining my favorite game by calling him Joel.
I'm Joelle. Dying is pretty cringe. I agree. Just don't do it.
Remember that time you died in literally the opening scene?
Holy shit.
L3. I was pressing
Is that your
R3.
people? What's left of them? What
The
do you
cure
think I'm
to
turning
dying.
you guys?
L stands for
This
left.
way.
Oops.
So why now?
We've been quiet. They're
Wait.
planning on leaving the city,
Thank
but they
you.
need a scapegoat.
Is that
They've been
better?
trying to
Thank
rile
you.
us up.
I'm sorry.
Looks like they did.
We're
I
trying
heard
to
you
defend
wanna
ourselves.
get rid of the Christmas tree.
I don't want to get rid of it.
I have a better suggestion for an ornament in the back.
Is it you? Is it you standing back there covered in garland?
Not garland. I just would stand here.
That's if you went into someone's stream and there was just a person standing behind them, but not saying anything. Like looking off into the distance, no one in chat's talking about it. How afraid would you be?
I'm not gonna stop.
So scary. So
I've spread the legs to get.
Hey Taquito, how you doing? It's the real life version of Tommy's cardboard cutout. Exactly. It's more menacing. That's just Tommy's stream.
I really want someone new to come into stream. Somebody bring a friend in, a new friend in.
Don't tell them anything.
We need to test this theory, whether it's a problem, whether it's like a good thing.
Yeah. Is it gonna attract more viewers? Stop trying to make fetch happen. Talked about how this is my specific horror movie idea, so I'd be very scared. Hey, we have one person scared.
You need to go wider.
Wider. Yeah. Hey Dan, how you doing? Am I supposed to be doing something? Sorry.
Bless you.
Hey, how you holding up?
Bless you.
Stop it hiccuping. Stop it. A friend who invites you over to play a game but doesn't let you play. Law's just sitting there watching. She's like, "When's my turn? Can I get a turn?
Next time you die?
Can I give it a try? Please, can I get a try?" What the hell is Joelle doing? Just standing there menacingly. A hydrate, indeed, Dark, indeed. It's your day off and you woke up very late. Oh, did you get some good rest, Dan? Did you get some good sleep?
Hold up. Soldiers.
Hold up.
Hold
That's
up.
the way out.
Wait
the door
a
under the bridge.
minute. Let me put my
Ain't a big fan of
Marlene
these
in
odds.
it.
We can sneak by them, even though I know that's not your style.
We'll see how it goes.
What are you trying to infer,
get
Marlene? Imply is the better word there.
You don't sneak.
We need to
You
get to
tend
that
to
door.
just shoot everybody.
And?
Nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. Just a hunk of wood is a weapon. That's me. I'm a hunk of wood. I'm a hunk of burning wood. Do 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 do. Cactus Queen.
Yes.
Mom said to switch every 30 minutes. Come on.
Please. Very mama said to be nice.
It's my turn on the Xbox. I don't see anybody. You've been grinding Overwatch. Ooh. What hero have you been playing, Dan? Cactus Queen, how are you? Welcome back. From the window to the wall to the balls.
You picked the wrong day to screw with us. Go fuck yourselves.
Oh dear. Okay. How do we want to do this here? It's Quactus.
I don't think you can be caught here.
What do you mean?
I think you have to be stealthy. I think. I could be wrong. I can't really remember.
What the fuck am I supposed to do? If I make a sound in here, they'll come in here. Watch this shit. I'll hit him in the back of the head with a brick.
Do whatever you want. There's no wrong answer.
I'm gonna hit him in the back of the head with a brick. Oh Lord!
Danger, danger,
Danger, danger, danger.
Unbelievable.
You literally just shout
Brick and leave. That's the strategy here.
That's the Darian strategy. The Darian guarantee.
Brick and leave.
You should take the auto aim off just so you can headshot.
Shoot a wall.
You got visuals? Negative.
Ahem.
Come on, let's keep searching.
Fucking titties.
Yes! Stealth Archer!
Keep them occupied!
Stealth Archer mode, motherfuckers.
Oh, they're coming for you. The girls are hiding.
I don't see him. You got visuals?
How do they know it's a him?
Keep looking.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
Rude. She loves it. She fucking knows she did well there. She's trying to play it cool. Watch out!
What? What? That was Tess. Hope you had the best birthday, Lozzie.
I did, Cactus. Thank you so much.
Negative.
It's still my birthday today.
It is. Because it's her birthday in America. Use ventriloquism to distract them. Alright, Tess, come on over. No girl could throw a brick that well. That's how they figured it out.
Okay.
It's that brick
Watch
throwing.
yourselves.
You see him? He's not over here.
He's not over here. I'm not, it's true.
I duck walk with my brick. I duck walk with my brick. I look first.
Give me all the goodies. Been practicing Diva.
Oh, somebody
Ooh.
behind you.
That's fun. Oh, that's not the right weapon.
Who's that?
Man down.
Nice shot.
Oh, he was already dead.
Remember, the red means you killed.
Gotcha. Hello. I would like your bullets, please. Thank you.
You're gonna need them. Oh,
What?
his head.
I done did, blew it open.
Took his head off.
Alright, is that everything? Hey, Vonehart, how you doing?
Whoop.
No, you don't. Don't lie.
Got him.
Fucking got him.
I'm so happy you're playing this game.
It's happening, guys. I'm doing it. The American birthday tradition is to shoot a bullet for each year old. We shoot it off into the sky. Pew! Did his teammates shoot him the second time? My teammates? Oh, wait. There was something on the ground.
I believe it may have been a bottle.
Give me. Oh. But I have a brick. No, a brick is the superior weapon. Brick only run. Bricked up. Joel is bricked up.
How did I miss a call?
You missed a call. Bye, guys. Okay, bye. There go my headphones. Thank you. Bye, Loss. All right. Now I just need to move into the center of the frame to make this make sense. She has real work to do. All right. Where are we going? Where we going, team? That way. They're going to hear me in the background. She's going to be on an important call, and I'm going to be going, balls! Balls! Oh, it's Marlene. Hey, Marlene. How's it going? I guess everything's fine now. If you fire perfectly vertically, the bullets won't come back down and shoot innocent people. It's just science. If it goes absolutely vertically, it'll go straight into the sky and it'll go into space, actually. And it'll enter Earth's orbit. Not many people know this. You should rearrange the room as a prank. I just flipped the Christmas tree upside down.
Warren.
Just up with the kid. Oh. I hope the kid's doing well.
We should go, Marlene. There's bound to be
Hope
more
all is
soldiers
well
on
with
the
you,
way.
Von Hart. Great to see you.
You're right. Let's move.
Glue everything to the ceiling. Just duct tape it to the ceiling. Loss's boss watching the stream. Now, what in the hell is going on here? Having late night with him. He just doesn't want to go to bed. Oh, poor baby. Poor Bubba. Not feeling sleepy. What's a good remedy for that, chat? They say warm milk, but never in my life have I ever been like, you know what would be good right now? Some warm milk.
Go on, inside.
We're doing it, chat. We're playing the game. Loss's boss, the Southern Oil Baron. Well, that them there stream right there.
This way. It's not far now.
He's getting tummy time. That'll tucker him out. Oh, the baby. Got Lozzie fired. Now you have to let her move in with you. I got her fired because I shouted balls. Maeve! Maeve, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How we doing? Hello, hello. Excuse me, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. How is Assassin's Creed Odyssey today, Maeve? Thank you so very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, raiders. How we doing? How is your day going? We're playing a bit of Last of Us Part 1 today. I've just started my very first playthrough. We are celebrating getting partner today as well. This is my first partnered stream on Twitch. Let's fucking go. But we're so happy to have you here. If you haven't played this game before, if you haven't played this legendary game before, there actually is an HBO series that just came out. So I figured it was as good a time as any to give this game a go. When you staying in Australia till I think I got about 2 more weeks here before I head home.
I'm running on fumes, but I'll make it.
So I'm here for quite a bit longer. I have a lot more to see. A raid during a perfectly normal part in the game? No, we simply can't. Last raid we got, we were looking at people squishing watermelons with their bazongas.
Will be arrested and
Bazongas. Popping over New Zealand for a weekend? I wish, Kiwi. I wish. I have to see Hobbiton. I gotta visit New Zealand at some point in my life. Bazongas? No balls policy. No balls. And they hear balls in the background, and it's just no good. Yes, Maeve Raid, let's go! Thank you so very much for the raid, my friend. I do appreciate you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to go take care of yourself, get yourself some snackos, please feel free. Odyssey continues. I'm super distracted today. Had to get off. You know, I have those days where you can't focus on the game. You're like, this is just not the vibe for my brain today. That's most days for my brain. I get distracted so easily.
Come on now. Get on up.
It's just a bullet wound.
Let her go.
Now, who is that?
I'm kind of young.
I got family. She's not one of mine.
Well, now, who is that then, there, girl?
Don't worry, this is fixable. I got his help. But I can't come with you.
Well, then I'm staying.
Ellie, we won't get another shot at this.
This is important lore, chat.
crew of
I'm
fireflies
paying
that'll meet you at the
attention for once in my life.
That's not exactly close.
You're capable. You hand her off, come back, the weapons are yours. Double what Robert sold me.
Speaking of which, where are they?
Back in our camp.
Grow up. You got shot one time. Is
We're
it
not
really
smuggling
that
shit
bad?
until I see them.
Grow up.
Now follow me. You can verify the weapons. I can get patched up.
Always distracted, but today was super bad. Some
she's not
days do
crossing
be
that
like that. Thank you so much for raiding over Maeve. I do
Joel to watch
appreciate
over her.
it.
Whoa, I don't think
Bullshit,
that's the
I'm not
best
going
Ellie.
with him. How do you know them?
I was close with his brother Tommy. Said if I was ever in a jam, I could rely on him.
Was that before or after he left you to a militia group?
He left you too. He was a good man.
I could just take her to the North Tunnel and wait for me there.
Jesus Christ.
Just cargo, Joel.
She's
You know
just
what?
cargo.
You'll be fine.
Had to come see The Last of Us. Yeah, this is my first time ever playing it. Although I have seen a playthrough, but it's been many, many years. So I've pretty much forgotten everything already.
Stay close.
Unless I played the game
go.
last week, I literally have completely forgotten everything that happens. So I see something in game and I'm like, oh my God. And you could literally get a clip of me playing that exact same moment 3 years ago and I would be just as surprised. It's pronounced Ellie, actually. You've seen the first episode of the show? I did, Dan. We watched it yesterday. Came out on Laz's birthday, so of course we had to watch it. It was beautiful. I thought it was great. I thought they did a great job. No complaints whatsoever. Same creators as like Chernobyl, right? Chernobyl is one of my favorite HBO series like ever.
Oh. I heard all the shooting.
Well, Ellie, these are some dead bodies. I don't know if you've seen them before.
Fireflies. Same thing's gonna happen to us if we don't get off the street.
Bro, I'm just following you.
Uppies? Uppies? Nope. No uppies. Oh, probably could have just used the stairs. But that was too easy. I had to make it look difficult. Okie dokie. Is it a hop over a fence type situation? That would be a negative. Oh, over here. Darian is not good at navigating. Laws is another January baby, so many it's a good month. Right? At the beginning of the year, you know? All the best babies in January. They made a whole show just for Laws. They really did. They made this entire show so it could release on her birthday. Dan, it's so good. You're going to love it. I would love to hear your thoughts on it. So I'll be streaming twice more this week. So I'm streaming today, and then I'm also streaming. So for you guys, it'll be Wednesday and Thursday, I think. For me, it'll be Thursday and Friday. I'll be streaming as well. Because Laws has a lot of work to get done this week, so I can stream while she's working.
Keep up.
So we'll be playing this all this week. I should probably be crouching. Joel and Cargo starting their bizarre adventure. An unlikely duo. Throwing bricks and kicking buckets along the way this summer. Joel and Cargo. I'm a January baby too. My birthday was the 13th. Oh, happy belated birthday, Beat. I hope it was lovely.
Up there. That'll get us to the North Tunnel.
I hope you treated yourself for your birthday.
Just give me a minute.
Okay. We have to find a way to get up. Our most formidable enemy, Uppies. Sorry, up there? Is that what's happening? To this, like, ladder thing? Is that what's happening? Or am I trying to get over there? I'm not really sure. I'm gonna try it over here first. Yeah! I don't know if this is right, but I'm gonna go this way. I could have been born in January if I tried, but I procrastinated so much it was almost March. You had a lot going on. It's fair. Got to spend time and hold my 11 days old niece. Another January baby. Hell yeah. A New Year's baby even. That dumpster has really good wheels for having sit there for rusting for 20 years.
This tunnel, you use it to smuggle
Yeah,
things?
seriously. It was perfectly
Like
oiled and
illegal
lubed
things?
up and ready to go.
Sometimes.
You ever smuggle a kid before?
No, that's a first.
I smuggled a kid last
What's
week.
the deal with you and Marlene anyways?
It didn't go well.
I don't know. She's my friend, I guess.
Your friend, huh? You're friends with the leader of the Fireflies. What are you, like, 12?
She knew my mom.
What are you, like, 12?
She's been looking after me. And I'm 14. Not that that has anything to do with anything.
Where are
Sorry,
your
guys.
parents?
She's 14.
Where are anyone's parents?
She's a grown adult.
Been gone a long, long time.
So instead of just staying in
Mrs.
school,
Joel.
you decided to run off and join the Fireflies. Is that it?
Look, I'm not supposed to tell you why you're smuggling me, if that's what you're getting at.
You don't know the best thing about my job. I don't gotta know why. To be honest with you, I give two shits what you're up to.
Well, great.
2 shits.
Good.
I have 2 shits in the morning. I have 2 shits at night.
Are you ready to jingle
Dom!
your bells?
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi, Darian.
Oh, hi,
Happy
Dom.
11 months, dude.
Yes, happy 11 months, Dom. How are you? Welcome back. Great to see you, my friend. 1 month away from a year. Can you believe it? I simply cannot. Do I have 3 shits? 3 shits going once, going twice. So to the man out there back with the 2 shits. Neighborhood must have a dumpster wheel oiling boy. And that's, that's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Is it?
I'm 14 and 5/16, please. There's not 5/16. He's such a random fraction. I don't want to spoil too much
What
of
are
the
you
show,
doing?
but I love the
Killing
recreated
time.
moments straight from the game to the show.
What am I supposed to do?
I am sure you will figure that out.
Sleeping with his backpack on, though. That's a little bit... That'd be so lumpy. No wonder dude's got a
The
bad
watch is
back.
broken.
Combo dumps are quite efficient. Have you guys seen those photos of, like, they're selling certain houses and in the bathroom there's toilets that are next to each other?
You mumble in your sleep.
Like tandem toilets?
I hate bad dreams.
That shit is truly psychotic. Oh, the rain is so lovely. It's okay if there are no cans in it.
I've never been this
It's
close.
full of cotton.
It's the outside.
He's just got a pillow back there. It's built-in lumbar support.
Can't be any worse out there. Can it?
What on earth do the Fireflies want with you?
Hey. Sorry. it
You
took so
would
long.
not believe
Soldiers
your
fucking everywhere.
eyes.
How's Marlene?
She'll make it.
Even for
There's so
10
much
million
mix.
fireflies.
And do this?
Yeah.
Thank you for the lurk, Kai. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lurky-doos. Yeah, sleeping with a backpack on. My God. No, thank you. That seems painful. This is a cozy little apartment. I'd take it. Didn't some singer of two... Yeah. Megan Trainor, I'm pretty sure. She has toilets that are facing each other so they could hold hands and look into her husband's eyes when they dookie. Like, I need the psychology behind that. I need them to be psychologically evaluated. What's going on there? What's happening there? That's not normal behavior. I'd get a divorce. What if it was the perfect person? The perfect person, your soulmate. They like all the same things you do. They want the same things in life. But that was the one thing, is that they were like, we need to have tandem toilets. We need to have toilet. We need to look each other in the eyes while we're pooping. Still divorce. A dookie duo, if you will. They're not the perfect person. 8 bottles of pills. You can hold toes together while poopy time. Yeah, you can like intertwine toes. Please. It's terrible. The toes are worse. What is worse, intertwining your toes or pooping together? They poop with eye contact. Yes, Mark. Megan Trainor, her husband is the dude from Spy Kids. Junie from Spy Kids. They poop with eye contact. It's nothing sacred. Don't forget, all of these bottles need to be delivered ASAP. It's scary alone. It's for emotional support. Is that for me? Chat, that's very hot. I've been made food. Some leftovers are Nepalese dumplings. Wait, no, you're supposed to have this. This was from your birthday meal. Thank you. Only dogs poop with eye contact. They do. They do it for emotional support. That's actually exactly why they do it. Bye, Beat. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for popping in. Lovely to see you. Poop frightens me. I need a friend. I need a friend. Help. She's too good to you. I know. She is. We have some dumplings and fried rice. I have a feeling it's going to be very hot. Spy Kids is getting a reboot. That's pretty poggers. Are they going to have the same actors? Or a new generation of Spy Kids, if you will?
I think it's a bit strange that they're having us do their smuggling.
Marlene wanted to do it herself. We weren't their first choice. Or the second, for that matter. She's lost a lot of men. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, let's just hope there's someone alive to
I love fried rice, period. Literally any fried rice. Sign me the fuck up. Kurdistan Coordination, welcome in. Main girl got crazy hot. Alexa Vega? Is that who we're speaking of? I'll eat it if you don't want it. Chat, would you like some? Here you go, chat. Look at it. Some dumplings, some fried rice. Freaking delicious. The real gift is making sure I'm fed. And some delicious food as well. Hey, Jack, how you doing? Junie still has warts, but now it's the... Oh, God, please. Doing well, Jack. How are you doing? What are you having for din-dins, Mark? Everybody, what are you all having for din-dins? Slash, if you already had dinner, what did you have? Yeah, surely she can't be a duo pooper. Surely it has to be a rare thing. Oh, did I do it? I did it.
Who's waiting for us at the drop-off?
Oh, I inspired you.
All the way from another city.
Let's go, Mark.
Girl must be important. What is the deal with you?
Enjoy.
Some bigwig's daughter or something?
Something like that.
Leftover grilled chicken thighs. Chicken thighs are amazing. I love chicken thighs.
If everything goes as planned, we should get you.
Dump shit. Dump
Ellie,
set.
once we get out there, I need you to follow our lead and stay close.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Last of Us show was so good. Right, it was so good. I enjoyed it. It was bringing back memories of the first time I watched someone play this game. So I decided, what better time to do another playthrough? Well, this is my first playthrough, personally, of this game. So I'm pretty stoked for it. Had a roast beef sandwich, which I ate over the sink like a rat. Those are the best meals. Viz and I have discussed this. A meal that you eat in the kitchen over the sink is the best meal. The source of her hotness is the duo pooping. That's where she sources her power from. Oh, it smells incredible in here. Grilled chicken thighs. I love grilled chicken thighs. I think it's the best part of the chicken, personally.
Now, hold up. There's a patrol up ahead.
Hold up.
All
Don't
right.
even close the microwave
We're
door.
good. Come
Fresh
on up.
out the microwave. Is that your Megan Trainor impression?
Come on, kid.
It smells incredible in here. My goodness.
Watch your step.
Pour one out for Junie. He has to watch some lady do. I think he wants to be a part of it. I think he also is a fan of the tandem pooping. Tandem dookie. Oh boy, here we go. Oh God.
This rain ain't gonna do us any good.
Holy shit. I'm actually outside.
She sees the light. Well, kind of. It's mostly rain. It's never good when someone in chat says, oh boy, here we go. It's never a good sign. Diaper lady. Hey, Roman, welcome in. Oh!
Don't do anything stupid.
Well, fuck.
Move.
Turn around, on your knees.
Would you rather be known as the tandem pooper? The duo pooper?
Put your hands on your head.
Or somebody who wears a diaper? Which is more embarrassing?
Ramirez at Sector 12, requesting pickup for 3 stragglers.
The pandem tooper.
Look the other way. I can make this worth your while.
Shut up.
Uh-oh.
Tired of shit. What's ETA?
A couple minutes.
Please. All right. Well done, team.
Oh, fuck. I thought we were just gonna hold him up or something.
Oh, shit. Look.
She's infected. God damn. Dookie diaper duo. Wear matching diapers with your significant other.
Girl?
I'm not infected.
No? Just lying?
I can explain.
You better explain fast.
Oh!
Look at this.
I don't care how you got infected.
It's 3 weeks old.
No, everyone turns within 2 days, so you stop bullshitting.
It's 3 weeks. I swear. Why would she set you up?
Yeah, I like this part too, Mark. It was interesting. The guard specifically, how you had a little bit more backstory there, and then you see that side of Joel. It's like beautiful foreshadowing. Oh, just delicious. Nom, 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 nom.
Oh, shit. Tess, run.
Run! Go! Go! Move!
Something cool happened at work. Tell us, Roman, what happened? All right, let's go, y'all.
I got 2 dead uniforms. I repeat, I got... Follow me.
Let's fucking go, team. Okay, what's happening here? What is going on?
When I give you the signal, we run.
Signal. Run. Got it.
Okay. Am I also
Now,
getting a signal?
run.
Okay. Crouch, Joel, for the love of God.
Stay away from those lights.
Oh. Move out of the way, Ellie.
Ellie, it's gonna be another sprint. You ready?
Out of the way, loser.
They're everywhere.
Danger, danger.
Danger, danger, danger. Ha! Ellie, me first. Age before beauty. Mark, thank you for the biddies. For the train.
Check the trenches.
Oh, God.
Stay back.
I don't see anything down there. We see the
Stay down.
I'm
Let us
duck
see.
walking as fast as I can. Wah, 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 wah. He was just a faceless guard. He had background with Joel. Love it. Yes, I love the show. Yeah, I think Laz and I might watch the first episode again. We may rewatch it. Never worked from home with a streamer before, but this is fucking awesome. Here I am. I am here. Hold on. I need to eat some rice. I know this is a very pivotal moment, but I need to eat some rice.
Wah 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 Betty Duck.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Thank you for the biddies, yo-yo. I'm assuming we've got to go this way. We must be sneaky.
You see anything?
Uh-oh.
We're back here. How's it look up ahead?
Get him!
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Shit. Everything's fine. Strawberries, mango, blueberries, and a thin slice of carrot cake. Oh, some carrot cake. Watched the NFL in the 90s. I got to meet former Minnesota Vikings linebacker that played from 95 to 2000s. Yo, Roman, that's awesome. I'm going for a stealth build here. That's so cool, Roman. That's awesome.
It's gotta be those fucking fireflies.
Excuse me.
Done with them soon enough.
Here I am. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah.
Hold on.
Shit, stay.
Go, go.
Go where? What do you mean? Where am I going? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. This is probably not the right way. Oh, no, it is. We're doing something. Got a picture with him in his autograph. Yo, that's awesome. That's so cool. What a lucky day.
We can get through here.
The stealth 2x4. Darian would sadly not last long in this universe due to a stray hiccup as she tries to hide. Hip! Must have been the wind. Oh shit. My bad. I gotta hold it down. I forgot about that. Grandma plays The Last of Us. Where the hell am I going? All right, are we doing this? All right, girls, are we doing this? Here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Can I please share the picture in the Discord? Absolutely, Roman. Toss it in art and photos. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, chat. Be right back. I have returned. I'm back. She'll be returning for the first clicker, so I know when Laws returns, that shit's gonna go wacky. Had to grab a glass of water, like Cindy Lou Who in The Grinch. Delicious. Like a man that always has an ass whooping stick handy, you never know when you'll need it. Hey, you know, having an ass whooping stick comes in handy. Comes in assy.
Ain't spotted us yet. Let's go around.
How's it look?
We are sneaky. Sneaky deaky. Sorry, what did I say? What? What was what? Southern Grandma plays Last of Us. They're what? You don't see anything. I'm gonna get him. Yes! Yes! Loser. Yes, art and photos would be perfect, Roman. Different ass sticks? Is it a stick for your ass or an ass for your stick? Uh-oh.
Damn it.
Uh-oh. Whoa-oh. Okay. Okay, thank you. You're still alive? Good lord. 4 or 5 bullets. Jesus. Ah! Your partner, Darian, behave. Woo! Ow! My ass. Can't see shit. Oh no!
All right then.
I'm being shot from all directions. Oh goddamn. Uh-oh. Okay, we have 1 bullet. Things are not going well. The powerful squat ass. Target focus, the one part of his body that stops bullets. Fuck. Shit. Are you telling me not a single one of these fellers has ammunition? Well, I have a brick. I have a single bullet. Uh-huh. Okay. That's fine. Perhaps we just fucking run. Perhaps running could be the option that we would desire here. Maybe we do a little running. And less shooting. Sounds good, Roman. I'll check it out later. Thank you, thank you.
Tess, you got any idea which way?
My main character energy has run out. Now it is time for Joe to die. A bit of cardio for the girlies. And now I have to break their skulls with my thighs. I've been training for this moment my entire life. Aha, I have this. I have a flashlight. And no bullets. Which is fine. As we have learned, my thighs are the greatest weapon.
Stay close.
Maybe instead of ammo, what I really need is just friendship. You know? Lozzie and Dove Cameron have the same birthdays. Oh, no way! Kindred spirits. Training for the skulls using watermelons. Been busting watermelons for years.
How's it look?
Think we can squeeze through here.
Oh, that's cute. That was very cute. Had to tap the controller to get the flashlight to work. The flashlight. I'm gonna eat a dumpling. Don't make me laugh.
Charlie squad, report.
Shit. I got more soldiers.
No!
Target's still on the loose, sir. Break off pursuit and report back to Sector 11.
I don't think they see us.
Acknowledge. Get to your vehicle.
Stay in the shadows.
In the shirters. If you could get all the enemies between your thighs, this would be a short game. It's a perfect strategy. It's foolproof. How you liking this masterpiece? Oh, Kai. I'm having a great time with it. I enjoyed the first episode of the HBO series, so it's kind of fun to like play through it after watching it yesterday. It's quite fun. I get to participate in it. That's the cool part of a video game. It's like a movie that you're a part of. It's like an interactive movie. Do you have bullets for me, please? Pretty please with a cherry on top.
They're still around. But take a moment to catch your breath.
All right, 3 bullets.
Joel,
It's
see if
better
there's
than
anything we can
0.
use in here.
Sure thing, boss.
Is it the God strat because Kratos would do it? Kratos should be cracking some skulls with his thighs. You know what I mean? He's been slacking on that front. Do you have more guns? I don't believe I do. I don't believe so, unfortunately. Shiv health kit. I cannot make ammo yet, unfortunately. I would like to see that. If there are clips of Kratos murdering demons with his thighs, please send them to me. Direct message them to me. I would like to see them. Is that it? I'm still duck walking. Wah, 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 wah. Anything else in here? Okay. I believe I only have the 1 gun for the moment.
Tess, up through here through this pipe.
But we know that we don't
Think we
need
can
multiple
make it through here.
guns. We need
Stay
more
very close,
bricks.
Okay.
It's the ceiling o' seat. Sorry, am I like lifting someone up or something or? No? Okay. We continue onward. Hello?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh no. Oh no.
Jesus.
It do the vibrating.
Calling us back. We're returning to the wall.
Welcome back to Thigh on Life with your host, Darian Dippin' McNugget. Oh, that's such a good last name for me. Dippin' McNugget with the hyphen. He's dragging a wagon, you know what I'm saying? Joel is caked up. God damn. Ben Shapiro. Jesus Lord.
They're gone.
What was the plan? Let's say that we deliver you to the Fireflies. What then?
Marlene, she said that they have their own little quarantine zone with doctors there still trying to find a cure.
You got the whole
we've heard
fucking
that before,
bakery
haven't we?
back there. God damn.
And then
Big city boy, welcome in. Doing well. How are you doing?
whatever happened to me is the
Welcome into
key
The
to
Last
finding
of
a way.
Us.
Oh, Jesus.
It's what she said.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Hey, fuck you, man. I didn't ask for this.
Me neither. Tess, what the hell are we doing here?
What if it's true?
I can't...
What if, Joel? I mean, we've come this far. Let's just finish it.
Do I need to remind you what is out there?
I get it.
Get your shit together, Joel. Get your shit together. This is bigger than you and
This
me.
way. If we cut through downtown, we can hit the Capitol building by sunrise.
We hope.
All right, girlies, let's go. The guitar. Everybody shush the guitar. We just got a little taste of it. Doing some parkour now, some light parkour. Good, I'm glad to hear it, Big City Boy. Are you a fan of
I
Last
guess
of
this
Us?
is what these buildings look like up close. They're so damn tall.
West
So what happened
Virginia,
Bomb the hell out of the
Mount
surrounding areas to the quarantine
Mama,
zones.
take me
Kill as much of the
home,
infected as possible.
country
What the
road.
hell was that?
Tess, you hear that?
It's
Yeah.
called Thunder.
Sounded pretty far away, though.
Dumbasses. But they never heard a storm before.
For now. Come on.
Yes, did you watch the first episode of the series? I thought it was great. Softcore parkour while listening to guitarcore. That should be the title of the stream. Shit. Get your shit together.
It's quite a drop.
My ankles are made of steel. Don't you worry. Look at.
Well, there's the Capitol building.
Oh, there it
Around
is.
this mess.
Okay, so
This is the downtown area?
It was. Now it's a giant wasteland.
Mountain Mama, take me home.
Over here.
Country road. Probably not yeeting there. Probably not, right? I have 3 bullets. Overall, we're doing well. It's a good day.
Hey, Tess.
Coming.
It's not 0, so we're counting our blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings. Okay. Fantastic. Thanks for opening them there drawer up, Joel. Looking forward to the next one. Yes, I cannot wait. I kind of wish they had dropped all of the episodes. Like a Netflix drop where they do the entire season. But they're going to space it out, and I feel like we're going to enjoy it more this way. If we had been able to binge all of it, I would have been very happy, but it would have blurred together a bit more, you know?
Apart. Body's pretty fresh.
Is that bad?
Yeah, it might be. Let's not stick
Tis
around.
but a flesh wound. HBO tradition. They make you work for it, you know? I can respect it. Rusty, broken, slightly unusable steel. Oh, good. Fantastic. My favorite thing.
Damn it. Clicker.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
What's wrong with its face?
That's what years of infection will do.
What's wrong with his face?
So what, are they blind?
Sort of. They see using sound.
Like bats?
Like bats. If you hear one clicking, you gotta hide. That's how they spot you.
Oh, boy. I am playing on a PS5 at the moment, actually. It looks pretty good, though, right? I like classic releases. I know, but I'm so impatient. I just want to watch the whole thing now. I just want to watch it all now. Something to look forward to each week? Yeah. I think, objectively, it's probably better. I'm just...
The building feels like it's about to fall apart.
Learn new skills? Oh, yes, my drugs. Precisely. I would rather... Okay, are these the only skills I get? Listen mode distance, crafting speed, or healing speed? Okay. Let's do listen mode distance. Give all of them to me now. That is what I would like. I would like all of the episodes in my mouth right now. Nice. Cool. We got a little upgrade-y do.
Watch your head.
Binge watch it after I binge watch all of Game of Thrones in one sitting. Just, you know, a short little Game of Thrones watch through, a little watch party. Ain't no big thing. Could knock it out in one afternoon. Totally cool. Game of Thrones, then One Piece. Exactly. They're pretty short series, so you can wrap them up real quick. Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Give me a hand with this.
Make a weekend out of it if you must. I'm using my thigh strength. Oh, hi!
You alright?
It's nothing.
Let's search for supplies.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna hang out for
Oh, that was intense.
the first clicker.
I'm working.
Laws has joined us for a short period, which probably means something terrifying is going to happen.
No. You just saw one.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the only one in the game.
Yeah, that's the only one.
That's just the one, and I survived.
Chicken done, so I should just leave.
GG. This is Laws. You're not even in the frame. Get
I
over
don't need
here.
to be. You're the streamer.
Laws is here.
Patch yourself up.
This is Laws's
Appreciate it.
PS5. Oh, I can make one of these bad boys.
Nice.
Hi, Ben. How you doing?
Hey, Jack.
That was the one scary moment in the entire video game. We survived. I like how I get an ellipses, Darian ellipses, and Lozzie gets 10 billion exclamation points.
It's because I'm like here sometimes and here not. You know, you're here all the time.
So it's just boring.
No.
Yeah, this game is technically a show spoiler. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I can't wait for next episode.
Oh, I should probably use this. How do I use it?
R2, like you would use your gun.
Oh, okay. Yum! Thank you. 3 bullets. Oh, you're trying to whisper because of clickers. Oh, that's so respectful. Josie doesn't look good on you. Why don't I get the exclamation points? Use shiv. Oh, okay. Well, I probably shouldn't have done that.
But now you get loot.
Loot! Big loot, baby.
Sometimes you have to go like right up to
Oh, okay. That's a bottle. A banana. Banana.
I just hit 900.
900 documents? Out of...
1300.
Wait, that's how many more you have to go?
I have 900 to go.
Hey, well done!
Thank you.
I was like, you just read 900 documents?
Did read 400 though.
Damn! The rest is just an open world action adventure with rainbows and unicorns. Well, this sounds like a fantastic game. I'm excited. Get that loot, Poppy! The delicious loot.
It's not much in here, eh?
I eat it. I risked a shiv for this, so I better get everything out of here. Alright, well, there you go.
I'm being water. Falling down.
You're gonna make me have to pee?
Let's get the hell out of here.
Hello?
No, they're just looking.
Oh, okay. I thought we could jumpies. Can we not jumpies?
Oh, boy.
Is that not allowed? Oh.
Lossie, we got 3 bullets. Yeah, I was trying to tell her at the start.
Wow.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Is this art?
Up there. Look.
Just see if
Y'all
there's
need
a
to have
way
a
through.
sitcom together calling Hollyland. Please do, Ben. Let us know how it goes. We got 3 bullets. And a dream!
It's clear.
3 bullets and a dream.
Come on, Ellie.
The name is Joelle.
All right, kid, you're up.
Hear my story.
Come on.
Hey, how come nobody helps me up? I'm just a daddy who wants to be lifted.
Come on, big guy.
Big guy, thank you. I'm on hold. Yes, let us know how it goes. Can I...
Just walk up to her and press triangle.
Let's go.
Oh, fish has returned.
Hey, fish. How you doing?
My VeryDarian employment contract better be one of those 900 documents. She's preparing it for you. Don't worry, Huggable. Kind of thick. Kind of caked up. God damn.
Everybody got big ass shit going on.
Me first. Get out of the way. Yeah, she one arm pulled up Joelle. She's strong. Tess is strong as fuck.
Oh, there's some food there on the table.
I'm
You're
full.
Full of shit.
I guess if you were full of food, you would be full of shit, wouldn't you?
Okay.
That's our way out. Over the scaffolding.
Over the scaffolding? That scaffolding? Okay, let's go.
Deep.
Let's go!
Deep shit, Jack. Deep shit.
Oh. Well, where the fuck now, Tess?
I think that's it. Ellie, you okay?
You're just yelling at full volume? You too?
Let's go.
The stairwell's blocked.
All shit, all day.
Should we go back up?
Should we go back up? Excuse me?
Jump up.
Whee!
Punch chat. I see how you do it all the time.
Yeah, it's hard not to. They just get such an attitude, and it's like you gotta bring them down a peg, you know?
Don't punch them.
Why am I?
There you go, ladies.
All right. Punch them with your words.
No.
Darian, use your words, please. The agents are playing hardball. They're saying, "We're sorry, the number you're calling isn't in service right now. Please hang up and try again. I won't break you. Gals will be flush with ABC cash, not NBC cash.
No. NBC cash.
No NBC cash. Sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses.
Crazy.
Oh.
Just don't look down.
Somebody's now there.
Are you serious?
I don't have them. Don't redeem it. Hello, Mr. Paid Actor. How you doing? Do I have to uncrouch?
What could possibly go wrong?
Whee! Look at this
Why
view.
do they think this is a good idea? Like, there's nothing. I would rather be eaten.
Come on, Ellie. Yeah.
Wasn't his hair gray before? It still is.
You're okay.
I think it's just wet
You
now.
got a way through.
And
That's
when
what they say. When you're... It's all good, like... Gray...
What was that?
No, you can continue playing the game.
Oh god, no glasses? That's very blurry-in. Very, very blurry-in. Lozzie! Lozzie, stop it!
I'll go check it out. Stay with the girl.
Syntax error.
Oh, we got a new gun!
It's a big boy.
A revolver.
So you can upgrade your holsters and shit like that.
Oh, I'll upgrade my holster.
I bet you will.
Oh, okay. You hold it to open and then... Okay. Revolver? I barely know her! Why are you glowing? That's your flashlight. Why she glow like that?
I love when you listen when you're standing, you immediately go into like this grunt, like.
Is that a clicker?
I don't know. You'll start to get used to it and work out what is and what is not.
Another bucket. It's a microwave.
It's a microwave. It's a microwave.
A microwave.
Oh, somebody behind you. Somebody behind you.
Oh, behind
Which
me.
means turning around.
Oh, hi! Are you not dead? Oh, shit. I thought that was Tess. Oh, no!
This is the scene I wanted to see. I came for what I was looking for. I was hoping to be pleasantly surprised, but... F indeed.
Death by Clicky! The first of many!
Can we please call them clickies? That makes them sound so cute. Death by Clicky.
Hi! I'm gonna fuck you up! The brightest nipple I ever did see.
Where?
Ever the disappointment, Daz. Some suit saw I was eating out of a Luke Skywalker Pez dispenser. He traded me CISO for it. We have TV. Everyone is gonna flock to CISO. CISO. CISO.
What is that?
I don't know what's CISO. What's CISO?
Maybe it's a TV channel? Just what do they call that?
Oh.
Extrapolation?
Very reading. Whoo. Oh dear.
It's the future of television. We will be the only people streaming on CISO.
I would like to loot. Thank you. Okay. Where am I trying to go?
Through
that way.
That was scary. That was right in my ear.
Quack, 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 quack. What? Don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. It's the future of television. Was? What happened to CISO? No, 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 no. It's just the gun is bad.
I'll pick up another one. All clickers run. You have a shiv though, so you can kill them. Try and maybe throw a bottle at them and then shiv them.
How do I shift?
Triangle.
Okay. Triangle.
Shift. You got him.
Okay.
Then you just got up that little ramp. You're fine.
All right, come on down.
She did it. Absolutely killed it.
I shivved it.
Shivtastic.
Press, Joel.
Thanks,
get out of here.
Tess. I live for it. I live for the praise. Okay, did I get all the goodies?
GG first try.
Yep, first try. Definitely didn't die.
Most people die at this
Shiv
particular
my
part.
pants a little bit. Just a little bit. Just enough to notice.
Just that little. Oh, that went a bit far. Prairie dogging.
Dom, I curse you for telling her that term.
No, I knew that before.
You knew that before?
You've changed me into a person who now talks about poopy. I hate it. Oh.
Is that it? Is that all I can do?
Tess, go.
All right, hold on. Here, this'll work.
No, it's fine. Talking about poop in here? Joelle, the workhorse. They put me to work. They really did.
We like it, Joel.
They use me for my muscles. My big muscles.
See?
Great jumping.
Doing all right?
Thanks. Very prairian. I'm hiding from Tess and Ellie.
You can't see me.
Woo!
Heavy string.
Are y'all pooing in
Patch
here?
yourself up.
Stop.
We definitely
Children.
need that.
Whoa. See if you get stuck there for hours. See, I'm great at this game. To see if the tutorial is working. To see if you are understanding. I'm gonna eat this.
Is that the chili one?
Whoa. Down we go.
Yeah, let's get to it. You get through here. Watch your back.
You have to talk to them. My mouth is full.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. No one would know that ad. That's an Aussie ad. Okay. How you guys going? I'm a natural born entertainer. Very Chewian. We should just call Chewbacca. There you go, Jack's got it. Hello! Frank Walker from National Tiles. Perfect, Jack. Hello, Ben.
No, I was thinking.
You have to eat. Look, a dumpling you have to eat in one bite, like sushi. Otherwise, it's insulting.
You eat an entire sushi roll in one bite?
An entire sushi roll.
Like the really long ones?
Stop.
Stop.
Well, I won't this time.
Change the fucking
Unbelievable when I
subject.
see it.
As your manager and producer, self-appointed PR specialist.
I urge you to change the subject.
Please.
I don't think this is the right way, madam.
Oh, you really like the sneaking, don't you? Long one in... Oh my god.
Is this where I just came from?
Huggable.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, to be honest.
That's right. Some people do.
Are you ready
Teddy!
to jingle your bells?
Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partner.
Did anyone already do that?
Nope.
If they did, I don't have anything else. Farts.
Farts. Yeah, see, there you go. Teddy, thank you for the 7 months, my friend. How are you? Great to see you. Okay, I came down on one of these.
No, you did good, right?
This is good?
I don't know. Is this where you came from?
I don't fucking remember. Wow. Teddy, thank you so much for the 7 months, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you came from here.
A little partner celebration. We came from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all go back down.
Then it's the other place.
Yeah, look at her not duck walking anymore. She's feeling comfy.
Well,
Confidanto. Yep.
over this way.
If in doubt, look where they're facing.
They're like, look!
It's right there!
Oh. Bit me on the nose, you little brat. Feel like you just got scolded? Yeah, well, you did. Got scolded by Papa. Love it when you call me Big Papa.
Ooh, what's that up there?
Can I up?
You can go through there, though. To your right.
Here?
Yeah. She's so, like, down if you crouch.
Danger, danger,
Oh!
danger. Unbelievable.
Danger, danger, danger. Ow, my ass. What is this place? Who designed this building? Picasso? Yes, seriously. Who designed this place? This rebar sticking out everywhere. It's a safety hazard. Is that it? Hey, Stradivarius, welcome in. How you doing? Looks to be an Oliver Garden.
Just a garden of Olivers.
There's so many. There's Olivers as far as the eye can see. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? I don't understand. I don't understand.
You'll get it. Just keep walking around. Down there looks good.
Isn't this where we came from?
I don't know, is it?
Through here.
There you go.
Me trying not to backseat, just being like, wow, that looks like an interesting vacant space.
That
where I
looks
get to
like
do-
where one would
Down
go
here.
if one knew the way to go.
She does not like listening for baddies. No. Do you know what that is?
Molotov! Hold L2 to aim and press R2 to arc throw.
And then you'll be able to craft.
Aha! I'll make a shiv. And I'll make a Molotov. Let's get crunk,
Sleep.
besties. Me and Teth, we're gonna throw a fucking party.
These guys aren't doing well in or out of the city. Now, let's hope there's someone alive to meet us at the drop-off.
It's gonna be fine.
Go where your heart takes you.
Hi, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie. He's walking. The way he walks. It's just absurd. I'd be wandering around the same two rooms the whole stream. I would. It's happened before. In Resident Evil, in every single Resident Evil game I play, I get stuck in one room and then I can never find my way out.
Really?
Yep. never have ever finished a Resident Evil game in my life. What's this say? Meet up with second Firefly team at Capitol Building. Girl, 5'3" question mark. 14 years old, red hair.
She has red hair. Wow.
Capitol. Thank you.
They're from the quarantine zone.
See?
Hey, Metal Gear Carbuncle. Good evening. How are you, my friend? Welcome in. Good evening. Wait, is that it? Is there more?
Yeah. If you turn around, just walk straight ahead to your left.
What do you mean? Oh, this way? This away! Is that a clicker?
Over there, it was him.
Or is that a regular dude?
Definitely, though. You can tell by the clicking.
Okay, Joel, you take point. I'll watch the rear.
It's
No
funny
matter
they
what, you
called
stay
them
right on
clickers,
his
isn't it?
heels. Sure. You stay sharp.
I don't know how they came up with that name.
I don't know either. They seem to be more going wow.
Wow.
So I think there's a lot. If you were to listen, you'll probably see if you.
Oh.
Balls.
Death!
That was a bit of a death bomb. Even clickers got it in them.
It's entirely natural.
I'm not judging the guy.
Please don't. There's more over this way. I only have one shiv though.
Yeah, well, you should save him for a clicker. You can choke that guy out.
Oh, I'm gonna choke you out, you best believe. You wanna get choked out, bro? Die! Be gone!
Hello there.
Excellent game, how are you doing? I'm doing well, Metal Gear Carbuncle. Doing fabulously. This is my first time playing this game, so we're gonna see how it goes. Please.
That room has some loot in it if you want it.
I do want it, but there's a clicker there.
No, this room here.
She's sack beating, not back seating, guys. Don't worry.
I just want to watch this scene. I'll leave. Promise.
Ah. Some sick loot in here, bro. What is this? Pistol ammo? Derek at the bookstore is letting us use his safe when you close tonight. Put my stuff in there. $343.78. And do I have to remember that?
But you can also check it out in the notes if you forget.
$343.78.
Chat will help you remember it, I'm sure.
Have a good night, Poida. See you later. We all poop our pants when we die, so no need to be worried about it being the only time. Just do it at the other points in your life, so it's not abnormal.
Jack.
Y'all a bunch of assholes.
Just Jack. Oh no, Huggable's here too.
There's so many of them. Assholes. Asshole.
They can't see you, but they can't hear you.
But if I go really quiet. Then they can't hear me, right?
Also, if you don't look at them.
If I don't look at them.
Just look away, look at the ground.
Thank you.
Nice, you nailed it.
Sneak it, girl! Hiya! Death! Death from behind! Darian doesn't pay me enough to remember numbers. Stop it. Just stop. 8675309. 8675309. Do you not know that song?
Clearly not.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Where's the bookstore, I wonder?
Hello? You shut your mouth right now. Everyone shut your mouths. Hey, Nifty! Hanging out with your sick cat. Wanted to congratulate you. Thank you, Nifty. I hope your cat feels better soon. Shush. You just be quiet. It's not your turn to talk.
Who's got the top? Oh wow, you really shivved it?
I really shivved him. And now I have no more shivs.
Oh, you can make one. Nice.
Well, there we go, folks.
I know you want to. What's the bet? Can we get a poll? What's the bet she's gonna throw this Molotov?
I'm gonna switch out for a bottle.
You a bottle girl rather than a brick?
Hi, Ziz. Welcome in. We have chosen harrowing depression forever and ever. Yep, we sure have. It's depression time. I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
There's an exit there, but did you want to go to the bookstore?
I don't want to be here anymore. I'm feeling like I shouldn't, like I'm not welcome here.
Yeah, well, it's more like if you want loot, but if you don't want to do it, then just keep going.
Okay.
You're exiting.
This way?
I think you just did a big old circle.
Fuck's sake.
No, go back the way you were going. You're gonna follow the signs to the exit.
Oh, it's a scary place. Follow your trail of bodies. Loot! Nor! Loot! Nor!
Did I say loot like that?
Loot! I'm feeling a very unwelcoming vibe from this place. I'm feeling like you guys don't want me here.
Which is just really unfair, because, like, I try really hard.
I've been, like, so chill. Just, like, super chill vibes with you guys. And I'm just really not feeling like you guys want me here. There's nothing!
Well, I'm glad you took the time to check, though.
Yeah. Lure! Nor!
Clear! Nur! Not the alert!
Where the fuck?
Keep going.
I already went this way.
Yeah, but you didn't jump through, like, different places.
Oh, okay.
So you can jump through there.
I think there's a clicker there.
Big jump.
Over here?
Yeah.
This way. We're almost out of this. Come on.
Yep.
That way?
It's the exit.
Well, fuck you. You little bitch. Go over here. Go.
Are you listening? Oh, yes, you did, Dazzy.
Ah!
Do you want me to tell you? Or
Oh, no! Oh, no! I need something. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Oh, it's up. Oh, for the love of God. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I don't think so. Really saved you. Quickly does.
No! No!
Shiv!
Oh.
Oh, unfortunate.
I pressed it.
Now you start again.
I pressed it. Does it have to? Do you have to have a very specific prompt?
There it is. But you could do the same thing.
Joel.
He's right there.
Oh. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks for sack beating again, babe.
I need you to go away. But I don't know how to get you to go away. There's another one. Oh my god, okay. Hold on.
This way.
Almost out of this, come on.
How do I get it? How do I get it?
It's not letting you. I think you might have to kill him.
Oh no, no, you can't. Get it! Go! Fucking go! Joel! Hello, Scotty. How are you? Welcome in.
Hey, Scotty.
Hello! Go, 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 go. Thank you. Oh, jeez Louise.
Alright, you guys have fun. Enjoy.
Thanks. Bye. Bye. Joel. Joel. I'm gonna have another bite of fried rice. Hiccups, hickey-uppies. When in doubt, brick to the face. That is my strategy. Figure out how one gets it for a while, let you know when I figure it out. What, Viz? What did I ask? Yeah, Laws is working from home while I'm doing this, so she's popping in every now and again because she loves this game. But, she has to get some work done as well. Twitter is going to hear about this. Oh my god. Have a good night, Ben! Oh, are you saying goodnight to Laws, or are you saying goodnight in general? I don't know. It was an innuendo. Go back to the bookstore. It'll be fine. Just go back.
Holy shit. We actually made it.
Everyone okay?
Yes. Let's move.
When in doubt,
guys are
get them
good with
bricked
stuff.
up.
It's called luck. And it is gonna run out.
Double bricked up on a Thursday. To Lorzy. Okay. To Lorzy. Yeah, she's going to get some work done because she does some important work. She does. She does indeed. But she wanted to catch some of this game with us. So she's taken a couple of breaks to keep us company.
Capitol building's in this direction.
Why Thursday? Why not? Best day to be double bricked up. You forget about civil rights. Please. She's the Prime Minister of Australia. She has a very important job.
See what we can find.
Okay. There's some bad guys, though, so that's a problem. Jolly good. Jolly, jolly good. Oh, there's so many of you, though. Is that what I have to get? Oh, I think I have to kill them all. Well, a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. You know what I mean? It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't think I can sneak up on that one, though. So I'll sneak up on this guy. Hello! Ooh! Is this an outfit that Joel can wear? Imagine if you could just like loot this outfit and put it on Joel. Be a bit ridiculous in it. Look at her with her stealth kills. Let's fucking go. I see you know your judo well. Oh my god, that changed my life. Sorry, gotta fit through this hole here, this Wallacey. Marka. Did I put it in the water? Is that what's happening? Not because Lozzie left. Ah, sure, Ben, sure. Gotta wake up in like 6 hours and pick up and put down heavy things, then go to work. Hey, good luck with all that, Ben. Thanks so much for popping in. Lovely to see ya. Have a great sleep, my friend. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. We done did it, folks.
Climb on up.
We done did it. Come here, besties. Come on up. Come on up. Lozzie's the only reason we come by your stream. I knew it, Stradivarius. I knew it. I had a sneaking suspicion, but you've confirmed it. Any bad guys? Wait.
All right.
Ellie is glowing. She's a bad guy.
Joel, over here.
That twerk combo is amazing. I love it. It's iconic. We hold it down. We hold it down.
What? I don't hear anything.
Okay, double time.
They're coming.
I know.
Get inside. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
You got something on your shoe. Gross.
Need a hand, Joel?
Okay, how do we get out of this place?
Let's find out.
Hey 13, how you doing? A stealth master, if there ever was one. Let none forsake the triumphs she has snuck past most sneakily, the most sneaky.
You're immune?
I am the sneaky deaky.
Well, how
Salute, goodbye, but my gooses have
You must
expired.
been somewhere you
Goodbye,
shouldn't
Ben.
find an infected in the zone.
Yeah, I'd sneak out. I was in this military boarding school.
You'd sneak out?
You know, explore the city.
A sneaky
I was in
snake.
the
I'm a
mall when
slithery
I ran into
snake.
infected.
That place is completely off limits. How the hell did you get in there?
Last night I was
had
in a
my
friend's
ways.
stream and said VeryDarian will have to deal with this
Anyways,
shit.
one of those.
This friend doesn't know me
you guys
and you
call
share a
violence?
name, so if by chance
It
Tommy
won't
Dime
be
asks why you have to deal with the
How's that?
repercussions of my drunken
see.
antics, I apologize. Oh, we
You
love
riff on
Tommy
me?
Dime.
You were bitten? No.
We love a cheeky
I
Tommy
went to her
Dime
for help
stream.
afterwards.
Knowing her, I'm surprised.
Hope you're
she didn't
doing well,
shoot.
13. Lovely to see you.
She almost did. Hope she's all right.
I told you.
Yes. Shout
gonna
out
be
to Tommy Dime. Shout out to Hutlet. Tommy's band Hutlet is on Spotify. Go check it out. Some pretty amazing music. If I do say so myself.
I guess this is as good a spot as any.
All right. Time to fucking upgrade some shit, bro. What is happening? Upgrades. Upgrade the revolver, reload speed, or fire rate. I would like the rate of fire, please. A 4-foot barrel on the revolver. Turn that thing into a rifle. Can we do one of each? Slap a bigger gun on that gun and have a gun attached to your gun. That's when you're cooking with gas. So many lovely streamers have dropped by tonight. I had to resist just spamming the command. Yeah, I know. So many fantastic streamers have popped by. Such lovely friends. Dun dun dun. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 da, da, ba, ba, ba. Sorry. All right. All good, all good. The best gun is 3 guns in 1. Yeah, you know, your opponent may bring a gun with them, but did they bring 3 guns in 1? That's what you gotta know. Oh.
All right, let's see what we got.
I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Can we stop this animation?
This'll do just fine.
I'm good. Particularly terrible existential crisis because I suddenly had the little thought of what if all of a sudden my heart was the only thing that existed and I genuinely didn't know if I would be more relieved or terrified. If your heart was the only thing that existed, would a heart be able to feel anything if it was the only thing that existed though? Bro. Have a hangover but good. Hey, just, you know, stay hydrated. Get yourself some yummy, greasy food and you'll be good to go. That's what I've heard anyway. I don't think I've ever actually been hungover. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like it's one of those things like you would know if you've been hungover, you know? You are your brain, not your heart. Right? So if your heart just existed by itself, it would just blum blum. Blum blum. It'd be fine. It'd be all good. I don't know if that helps your anxiety at all. The Snub Nose 44 from Fallout 4. I made weird fucking guns in Fallout 4 when I tried to mod them. Because I saw the best mod to add on to it was like this really long scope, and so I added on like a big ol' scope onto a handheld pistol. That's just ridiculous.
Ow, shit.
Ellie.
Sorry, that was me.
Ellie.
Tess.
Sorry.
Come on, stay close to me.
Please. Stop breaking things. You can't take this kid anywhere. Is it really a hangover if you just always have a hangover? Is that just your permanent state at that point? Oh, I mean my emotions. Oh, goodness. In the vacuum of space. Would be a bit terrifying. The heart is piloted by a tiny man living inside of it. Don't worry. He pedals to keep it running. He's exhausted. Best modded gun in Fallout 4 was a minigun that shoots out mini nukes. It crashed my game. That's the best one. Yep, I would agree. That's got to be the best one. You would know if you're hungover. Yeah, I think I just haven't experienced a hangover then. I think I've just somehow hydrated enough to make myself not hungover? Question mark? I don't know. I get a headache really quickly when I'm drinking, and I get like a stiff neck, so I try to drink water to combat that. Someone said I might have an allergy to alcohol. That could be the case. I don't know. Maybe that makes you more drunk, though, so maybe that's a benefit. I think I've just walked in a big old circle, haven't I? Watch Darian run in circles. Fantastic. I am just a lightweight. I had 2 glasses of champagne yesterday and I was drunk. How are you doing? I'm doing well, 13. I am doing quite well, my friend. I'm still in Australia. I'm still in Aussie land. I'm enjoying myself. Lots of sunshine, so that's good for the whole mental health business, you know, being outside in the sunlight is quite lovely. Enjoying the heat, the summer sun. Am I supposed to go into this shipping container? No, this is where we started, isn't it? Oh, there is stuff! Goodies! No way to avoid a hangover. There's no scientific evidence as to what causes them. Huh. Just reminded that is trapped inside your skull and therefore a prisoner. Yeah, there you go, you stupid skull. You're just, or stupid brain, you're just trapped inside of a skull. What are you gonna do about it? Kieran, what's up? Welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Now we will go up. We will go uppies. Aren't hangovers mostly dehydration? I thought that was the case, but I don't know too much about them. It's almost like alcohol is a poison. I don't know. Just the thought. When you think about it scientifically, it's just a poison.
Shit.
What? Why shit? Did he find a pile of poopy?
What is this place? It's an old museum. Some of these things are hundreds of years old.
Really?
Wow. Drinking water actually helps with a hangover, not after, but during. If you actually follow the advice of having a glass of water in between beverages, and your hangovers won't be as bad. See, that's what I've heard. I've heard that if you stay hydrated, it can help fend off dehydration, or fend off hangovers, because hangovers are mostly dehydration. But I wasn't sure.
All right, watch your head.
Where's Nixon? I'm ready for uppies.
I'm alive. I'll make my way around.
Look, they're here!
Tess?
Run! Run!
That's terrifying. If you stay hydrated, it'll fend off the dehydration. Breaking news! Your life for now, how you been? I've been well, Kieran. I have been quite well. Thank you for asking. Enjoying my time here in this here Australia. Playing a bit of The Last of Us for the first time. Having a grand old time. Absolutely smashing, darling. Let's see here. Open this up. What? What do you mean? I need you to not. Oh, that door does not open. That is not an openable door.
Tess?
Tess? Hey, Jenga, how you doing? Yeah, Kieran, I watched the first episode yesterday. I loved it. Have you watched it yet? She's gonna kick me out. I'm gonna be left to the Australian streets. She doesn't like the clicker noises. She used my full name. Wait, where did they go? They were on the other side of this door. No, I will not. I cannot. I'm using my last shiv. That's probably a bad idea. Let's see, can we make another one? Nope. We sure fucking can't. She already does this. Yeah, that's, those are the noises I make when I'm falling asleep. I make, clicker noises. I need tape! Tape, please. Are those pills? Delicious pills. Didn't know where that one was going. Can I move this? Oh, I can throw. I see. Can I throw it through? Probably shouldn't try. Okay, so there's a dude right there that we potentially should avoid. I'm gonna throw up. Hey, Aries Sweet, how you doing? Hello, welcome in. How are you? I don't sleep. I get plugged into a battery to recharge overnight. Wah! 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 Can you just... Can you not? I'm so fucking stealthy. Are you an android from... Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I thought it was right behind me. Best adaptation for a video game so far. I thought the first episode was great. Oh my god. Wasn't sure about the actor that plays Ellie at first, but now that I've seen her in action, she seems like the perfect choice. Agreed. Agreed. Laws and I were watching it, and like the more we watched, we were like, oh, like certain lines she delivered, it was like, yep, that's Ellie right there. Just more and more certain that they made the right choice. Had me looking behind myself, right? Good little clicker. Yeah. No. What? Can I close the door? No. Gloria! Hello, Gloria! How are you? Thank you, thank you. Trying to make friends with the clickers. Maybe offer them a stick of gum. Would you like some spearmint gum? Is Lozzie here? She is! Lozzie is here. She's here physically and also in chat. Hey, sweet Nikki. That actress was in Game of Thrones. Oh, what's her name? What is the actress's name? Is it Bella or something? Oh, thank you, Jenga. They use they, them pronouns. Thank you. What is going on? Are you person or zombie? Zambo. Zambam blam. Zambam blam. Zambo. There we go. Yeehaw! Sound of me building IKEA furniture. Thump, 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 thump.
I'm fine.
She's very stealthy. Look at her go. She's a stealth queen. Oh. Oh no. Oh Lord Almighty. Lord in heaven. I will punch you to death. You stay away from my girl. It's Fight Club time. Very rough baby making. You just punch him to death. Why no? Oh! Ow! Ow! Balls! I need to heal. Oh, I'm dead. I forgot how to heal and then I panicked. Very rough babysitting, please.
Balls.
Balls! Okay. Okay, Ellie, let's go, baby. One more time. I'm just slapping him. This is what you do. You just gotta beat him up. R2. Oh god. Oh god. R2. R2. Joel? Okay, no, it's fine. You should. It's fine. You shouldn't heal. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. We're just slapping zombies. That is our strategy. R2. D2. A lint liquor? Oh my god! That was gruesome. Okay. I have a bottle. Most athletic zombies I've ever seen, right? My god. They've been training for years. Olympic level zombies. Punching really hurts. Oh, sorry, Tess. Yeah, does it hurt me to punch? It seems like.
Close.
Okay, not too bad. That one didn't go as poorly. Nice. I imagine punching that hard would really fuck up your knuckles. They got Darian in a chokehold. Yeah, they're ready to go. As soon as you get infected with the zombie virus, you become a professionally trained fighter. Oh, shit. Yeah, when you think about, oh, would I survive a zombie apocalypse? What zombies are we talking here? Like 28 days later zombies? Are we talking about the slow walking zombies or like the ones that sprint at you and put you in a fucking chokehold?
This will get us to the roof.
How's Last of Us so far, Darian? Oh, Goonfella, it is great. It is lovely. I just watched the first episode of the HBO series, so I am quite stoked for this. It'll be kind of fun to be playing this, so that way I kind of refresh my memory, and then I watch it week after week. It'll be nice getting this little refresher. Easy to break your hands wildly punching people. I bet. Good impression of a slow zombie. Oh.
We gotta find a way across.
Maybe we could make friends with
There
the
she is.
zombies.
That's our building.
Maybe... What? Maybe we could be like their Jesus, you know? We could start our own religion with these zombies. Aha! They take an exclusive Krav Maga class. Yes, they are highly trained. Very professionally trained. You don't want to go against them. Quick question. Where am I taking this? Where? Okay. I'm just gonna keep walking. Is this the wrong way? No, it's supposed to go here? Yeah. I knew that.
All right. Now watch your step as you're going now, because it's gonna be a
little sassy girl. Dallin just finished for Last of Us here, so I'll be playing a bit tonight. Ooh, Goonfella, are you a big fan? When's the last time you did a playthrough?
So is
That's why you go for the meaty bits? You punch the
Jury's
meaty
still out.
bits?
But man, can't deny that view.
Meow. They're so cute.
Come on, this way.
I have an obsession with planks. I love planks. They
pick it
get
up.
me where I need to go.
Look, we're almost done. Stay focused.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Zombies come back to life with a pamphlet for Peloton classes in hand. I'm ready to fucking go, bro. Ready to fucking rip on this little stationary bike, bro. I'd like to buy that plank a drink. In fact, I buy him 2 drinks.
Come on.
Been watching Last of Us
Keep
streams
moving,
for a
kid.
long damn time. Now that the show is out, I bought into the hype. Yo! This is actually my first playthrough as well, Goonfella. This is my first time playing it. And it's nice to kind of go hand in hand with watching the show. It's cool. Twinsies. You have no idea if that board would hold your weight. You could die. Listen to the man. Pfft. I'm not gonna walk slowly. Me being cautious. I'm a kid. I'm invincible. Hey, Zach, how you doing? Welcome in. I was mentioning Commercial's stream. Well, we love Commercial in this stream. Big Commercial fans over here. Welcome, welcome in. How are you doing on this lovely evening? / afternoon, depending on where you're from. Probably over there, right? Jerk my meaty bits. Like to jerk my meaty bits. Lurking after Joel's daughter got killed at the beginning is what I haven't seen yet. Oh! Did I ruin the beginning for you, Goonfella? I'm sorry. It is a rough beginning. They just kind of throw it right at you. Comes at you real fast. All of a sudden, there's a lot of death going on.
There we go. Home stretch, Tess.
Home stretch. Surely nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh, with a dab pen. Nice. Hell yeah. Friggin' delicious. What flavor did you get? They always have interesting flavors for dab pens.
Just so it's out there, I can't swim.
Look, it looks like it's shot
Animal
on the right
face.
side.
Gotta love those names for the different strains.
I'm glad Marlene hired
Does
me
it make
guys.
one feel like an animal face?
I know you
These
guys
are
are
the
gonna
questions we ask ourselves.
Trying to say things.
Yeah, sure thing.
Wanted to check out some of the early gameplay for myself. Oh, nice! You'll have to let me know how you're enjoying it. The gameplay is interesting. I don't think I've played many games like this. I know there are other games like this, but I haven't really played many. That's why I've been hesitant to play this game on stream, because I'm not good at stealthing, as you guys have seen. This type of game isn't my expertise, so I've been a bit hesitant to play it, but we can do it. We can conquer anything. 78% THC. God damn! You are on the moon. We'll be right. 34k points for 34 hits. Oh my god. Remember when we had the take a hit redemption?
No.
No more!
No, no, no.
What happens now?
What are you doing, Tess?
Maybe they had a map or something to tell us where they were going.
How far are we gonna take
As
this?
far as it needs to go. Where was this lab of theirs?
Oh, she never said. She only mentioned that it was someplace out west.
What are we doing here? This is not us.
What do you know about us? About me?
I know that you are smarter than this.
Really? Guess what? We're shitty people, Joel. It's been that way for a long time.
No, we are survivors.
This is our chance.
It is over, Tess!
Boop.
Now, we tried. Let's just go home.
I'm not going anywhere. This is my last stop.
What?
Our luck had to run out sooner or later.
You going on?
No, don't touch me.
Holy shit.
Wow.
She's infected.
Joel.
Since when?
I didn't mean for this.
Show it to me. Oh, Christ.
Stop.
Give me your arm.
Oh my God.
This was 3 weeks. I was bitten an hour ago, and it's already worse. This is fucking real, Joel. You've got to get this girl to Tommy's. He used to run with this crew. He'll know
Not
where
the
to go.
timing, please.
No, that was your crusade. I am not doing that.
Yes, you are. Look. There's enough here that you have to feel some sort of obligation to me, so you get her to Tommy's.
Well, see you later, Tess. Was nice knowing you.
You're here. Damn it. I can buy you some time, but you have to run.
You want us to just leave you here?
Yes.
There is no way that...
I will not turn into one of those things. Come on. Make this easy for me.
Oh God, this is gonna be horrific in the show.
No, just go!
Ugh, my heart is going to break.
Let's fucking go.
Ellie,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this.
get a move on.
It's so sad. Yeah, it is dog hair. This is the recent remake. We'll miss you, Tess.
What the fuck? I can't believe we did that.
Stop.
We just left her to die.
She's already dead.
You stay close to me. We have to move.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay. She's fine now. Now where do we go? Now I don't have an adult with me. Help, I need an adult. Hate when this happens in zombie apocalypses. Right when somebody's bitten and like you know their fate. You know that they're gonna turn. So then they sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Yeah, she processed that very quickly. She's like, I can't believe we did. Okay, let's go.
How do we get out from there? Just keep pushing forward.
She just got shot. We just heard her get shot. That's fine. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. She's perfectly fine.
She took out 2 of my men. Copy that.
Meow.
You, take out the door. You, with me. Yes, sir.
Sir, yes, sir. She's dead. Don't look. Don't look, sweetie. Don't look. We're just gonna duck walk around here. We'll be fine. We gotta go, sweetie. Gotta get the fuck out of here. Your mommy's dead. What? What was that? Pills. You can see her body. Don't look at it. Don't look. Yeah, to be fair, it's been a long day. You know what? She's probably sleepy. God damn, she just flew like a spider monkey. Fate's worse than death. Turning into a mushroom is probably on the list. Yeah, especially like from the inside out. A fungus that starts inside. Nope. No thanks. I'm good. Hello. A shotgun? For little old me? Wah, 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 wah. Oh, a hunting rifle, sorry. A new weapon. Alright, we'll take it.
What do we do?
What?
Joel?
I got this.
Quickly swap weapons? Okay. Alright. We're sneaky. Sneaky beaky. Okay. You're gonna come this way? Are you coming this way, my darling? He just definitely saw Ellie. Nope, 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 nope. You saw nothing. Oh, oh dear. There go all those books. Oh, God. All right. Okay.
Hey, barkeep, whose leg do you have to hump to get a dry martini around here?
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh no. Oh no. It's fine. It's fine.
Shit.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. No need to worry.
Fucking hunting us.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Nope. No one's hunting anyone. Please. Be nice. Nothing happened. You're overreacting. Oh. Hello? Ellie, I need you to move. Get in there. Get in the room. Get in the room. No, they're gonna see us. They're gonna see us kissing.
Damn it.
No. 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 Must have been the wind. Hey, Darth Dorito. How you doing? You have class tomorrow. What class do you have?
Keep looking.
Okay, go, 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 go. Yeah. Yes! Yes! Death! Destruction! Get Ellie to distract them. Yeah, she just like duck walks in front of them. Wah, 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 wah. Is there a duck in here? Here's some ominous quacking in the distance.
Stay with me, come on.
Are we doing it? We're fucking doing it. Hobbits make exceptionally good burglars. Stealth bonus. Are you still over here, Mr. Man? You are. He's waiting for me. Organic chemistry and intro to ordinary differential equations. Oh, those sound like the bad ones. Those sound like the really tough ones. Good luck, Darth Dorito. I know you're gonna kill it. You're gonna do great. I believe in you. Chat, don't we believe in Darth Dorito? We believe! See, now how am I supposed to get you, feller, when you see me coming up? Now how am I supposed to surprise you when you already see me coming? I suppose I'll go this way. Answer is always C. That's good advice. When in doubt, answer is C. Don't want to work after being on break? Oh yeah, getting back to work after a break is really tough. I'm just gonna have to shoot him.
All right.
Yep.
All right, come on, Ellie.
Nice. Nice shot. All right, we did it. Pog. Yeah, it's hard to like get your brain back into the mode of working when you've had some time off. It's like, no, but I want sleepies and relaxies. And now I have to workies. Whee! Oh.
What are we doing?
Don't break your ankles. Oh my God,
Joel, how
she
are we
would
gonna
have
get out of
broken a
here?
leg if she jumped down like that.
We're gonna go through that hall. Stay down. I don't know how many more there are.
Okay, sneaky, sneaky time. The worst part is homework. Yep. You think you're done, like 8 hours of classes, and you think you're done, and then it's like, nope. Now there's 8 more hours of homework. Good luck. Joel laughs in the face of pain. I don't feel anything. Superhero landing is really hard on the knees. Yeah, that's the main part of being a superhero, is that you get solid steel knees. Whoop! There they are. Yep! There they are. I found them. Real parasites that can cause you to change your behavior.
North clear. No target. Hold your
Toxoplasmosis. Oh.
Get up.
Flank him? Do no such thing. You will not. Okay.
Cover me. I'm moving up.
Oh, I shot his head off. Ellie, get out of the way. Watch out. Oh, no. Got him. Okay. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? Where are they at? They're over there. You've returned from your self-imposed exile, Sinri. Welcome back. Great to have you. They're over there. I shot Liam. Oops. Oopsies. Just the whole gang's in this game, aren't they? Ooh. Ow! Asshole! Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I haven't completely understood this, this menu here. Am I holding this gun now? Okay. Where are you at there, fella?
I don't see him. You got visual?
I don't see him. Must have been the wind. Oh, there's so many of them. My goodness. Okay. Oh. Hello? Okay, they're both on the way other side of the room.
I see him in the doorway.
No, you don't. I'm invisible.
Flank him. I've got you covered. Copy. Over here.
Oh, God. He's dead.
Stop hiding, you son of a bitch.
Hiya! Is he dead?
Let's just be cool, man. Take it easy, alright?
No. I will do no such thing. Yeah. Okay, he's dead. Next week's session's gonna be session's gonna be a little late. God. You know, they'll find someone to replace him. It'll be fine. How many must die before your lust for blood is sated? You know, they all gotta die. I've had a bad day as Joel. I've had a rough go of it.
Joel.
So they all must die.
I see it.
How are you enjoying the game? Oh, Kiwi, it's fun. It's great fun. I'm having a good time with it. Kill! They gotta die in the name of Tess. They took Tess from me and now they must die. It was the only poontang I was ever going to get in this post-apocalyptic wasteland.
There's stairs over there.
Stay low.
What? Are you talking about these stairs? Kill a few folks just to turn it around. Had to send my CTO a message tomorrow asking him to exempt me from our new return to office policy, so everybody pray for me. Ooh, let's hope. Let's hope, Huggable.
They're following us.
Damn it.
Ow! Ow! Ouchies. Oh. Oh. Oh.
There's a soldier over there.
Say it's fun. Say it. Do it all for the pool
How the hell
time.
are you breathing in this stuff?
I wasn't lying to you.
You spot him? No, the place is empty. I didn't see anything. Search the area. Get the hell out of here before any clickers show up.
Well, y'all gonna die today. You could have just left. Could have just left and had a good rest of your day, but no. Now you have to get murdered. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What did you think you heard something, or you concerned about the fact that your partner is no longer to be seen or heard? Whoa! Must have been the wind, am I right? Uh-oh. Oh, he's coming. Punch! I punch! I punch again!
Got you!
I punch! Yes! Ha ha ha! Can't find him anywhere. Gosh, I wonder what happened to him.
Jeez.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Rick. Okay. Anything for me? He yelled, gotcha, while getting punched out. I got you now, fucker. Hello. You punch and punch and punch. Repeat until his face is hamburger meat, and then you run away. That is the strategy for this game. It's a very good strategy. It's foolproof. You punch and punch and punch and punch. Have a good night, Des. Take care. Thanks so much for hanging out. Lovely to see you.
I can't swim.
It's not swimming, it's walking.
We'll figure something out.
Well, okay. So should I just keep going, or I'll see you later, or like what's the deal here? Let's see. I think I need to get out and then find a way to get her out. Nope. I cannot get uppies. To dive underwater. How do I get back up? Okay. That's profoundly disgusting. Okay. Why would I need to do this? Why would you ever want to? Why? For funsies, you know, just to like switch it up. I feel like the monotony of my day-to-day life has just become so boring. I want to swim in some horribly disgusting water. Just to kind of spice it up. Later, loser, Joel to Ellie. Later, loser. It's got to be something underwater, right? That's nasty. Oh, I see. There's a hole! It's like a spa day, you know? It's refreshing. Okay. And now what? Nope. Oh boy. We keep swimming underneath the disgusting water. Ah, there it is. Nice.
Ellie?
I'm fine.
Oh, hi. There you are. Uh-huh. Yep. This word spa, are you trying to say spaghetti? What is... What is the purpose? Okay. Can you wear a gas mask underwater? Yes, it allows you to breathe air underwater by putting on a gas mask, actually.
Hey, look, it still works.
Nice. She's got her own flashlight. Let's fucking go. This water is exactly like spaghetti. This is like a big old plate of spaghetti in the morning. You know what I mean? Drowning somewhere out of you. I'm fine. Bless you. We had a sneeze. A little sneeze-a-rooski. Let's see here. This way?
You're not gonna leave me here, right?
I would never.
Just stay put.
Well, she's not going anywhere because she can't fucking swim. It's like a Brita. It's like a Brita. Exactly. Exactly. Gloria gets it. It's like a Brita filter. Okay, I can make some... No, I can't. No, in fact, I cannot. Fuck. I completely understand how Brita filters work. I completely get them. I've never once incorrectly done it. The way of water. Yeah, not even 5 hours ago, exactly. I've always known how to work a Brita filter. My entire life. They never had to teach me. Ever since I was a wee babe. I came out the womb knowing exactly how to use... Can you, sir? Uh-oh. 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 Whoa! Oh. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like doing the underwater stuff. It makes me anxious. My middle name is Brita. Darian, Brita, Very. Very VeryDarian. Finds the sexy fish man to run off with. Yeah. Joel makes love to a fish man. Exactly. Once put the filter in upside down and drank the water for 2 months going, man, filtered water tastes so bad. Man, this tastes like shit. I don't know why everybody raves about this stuff. Okay, there's loot down there, but it's giving me the anxiety. Up, 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 up. Give me, triangle. Triangle, Joel. Take it. Oh, what's that? Take it. Take it. Take it. Ooh, a collectible. Welcome in, Haven Knight. How you doing? First episode of HBO show was so good. Yes, it was. I watched it yesterday. So very good. Loved it. I'm a VeryDarian. Very Brita. VeryDarian. My dad, like, invented the Brita filter. My father, who invented the toaster strudel, wouldn't be too happy to hear about this. It is a Christmas tree behind me, Haven Knight. Thank you for noticing. It sure is.
Anything down there?
It's a dead end.
Ooh, I didn't read this note, did I? Fishmen need love too. All of the fishmen. All of the fish creatures, they need love. And we are to give it to them. Oh, thank you, Haven. I appreciate it. Your contact is a dude named Frank. He's the guy on the outside I've been trading with. He wants into the Boston QZ. Meet him in the Park Street exit of the subway station right by the Capitol building. Attached is his visa and QZ papers. You like that handiwork? Is QZ supposed to be something? Be careful down there. Some of my other guys are reporting clickers and stalkers in the area. Where the hell is this guy? I've been waiting here for over 2 hours sweating bullets. I keep thinking I'm seeing something move in the shadows. Feels like a stalker is going to jump out at me any second now. I'm giving him another 15 minutes and then I'm heading back. And that didn't end well, did it? A Quentin Tarantino zone. That's what QZ means. Make love to fish. 2023. Vote for me if you would like to make love to fish.
There's a ladder. Maybe we can use that.
How the fuck am I supposed to get up there, though? A remake or a remaster? What, does it matter? It's technically a remake. Okay. A remake or a remaster. They just redid it. Fishing. Oh my god, please. Absolutely not. Ellie, hop on. Hop on.
Get on.
Really?
Ellie.
Okay.
Come on. Trust Daddy.
Be careful.
I got you.
Whee! Oh, she has a little Spider-Man pose going on. Go on up there. A remake mainly changes the game. A remaster mainly upgrades graphics. I spit yogurt everywhere. Well, why did you do that? Your plants cannot be watered with yogurt. Believe me, I've tried. Is this what they're calling it these days? I was sack beaten for the last hour and got yogurt everywhere. A British accent for mummy. Okay, mummy, you got it. You got a British accent, of course. Of course, my darling. A remake implies some narrative or gameplay differences from the original, and remaster implies an increase in quality and visual fidelity or otherwise, but ultimately is the same game. So what would it be, chat? A remaster? A remake? They tend to get thrown around for each other. They've colloquially become interchangeable, but technically they shouldn't be.
Let's get out of here.
Right? Ugh. This place is fucking nasty. It's smelly and it's nasty. Even though Ellie doesn't have to wear a gas mask, I feel like she would because it's stanky. Stinky, stinky. A remastered remake, a remade remaster, I'm pretty sure is what it is. Cutscene!
Hey, look, about Tess. I don't even know what
Here's how this thing's gonna play out. You don't bring up Tess. Ever. Matter of fact, we just keep our histories to ourselves. Secondly, don't tell anybody about
Have
your
a good night, Dorito.
condition.
Take care.
They think you're crazy, they'll try to kill you.
Was that
And
Ellie
lastly,
or
you
Joel?
do what I say, when I say it.
Joel, it was an
Clear?
anger fart.
Sure.
Hey, Muddles,
Repeat.
how you doing? Remustard.
What you say goes.
Ellie.
Good. Now there's a town a few miles north of here. There's a fella there that owes me some favors. Good chance he could get us a car.
Okay.
Let's get a move on.
The Chobani S'mores Flippy Boys. Oh yeah, the yogurt flips, right?
Yeah, there we go.
You know what, Joel?
Yeah, it'll be faster to go through here.
I've heard those are good, Viz. I've heard they're yummy. So yesterday, for Laz's birthday, I made her a lemon yogurt cake with a delicious lemon yogurt icing. It was pretty damn amazing, if I do say so myself. I was a little baker. I was a little baker in the kitchen. Join Discord, by the way. Nice, Haven. Happy to have you. Rabies virus is another prime example of a real parasite which takes over the host's brain and forces it to become extremely aggressive. That and any potential host bitten by the victim become infected and the virus continues to reproduce. Rabies is 100% lethal when symptoms appear. Zombie! Ravioli, ravioli. Welcome in, Raider. Jesus on a bike. Welcome back, Lord Coffee Table. Lovely to have you, Doc Drag. Welcome in. Zombie, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome in, everybody. How is the stream? Can we get a cheeky shout out? Yes, we can. Some Valheim. How is Valheim? How are you enjoying that, Zombie? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. How y'all doing? We're playing some Last of Us Part 1 here today. This is my first playthrough of this game. I've seen gameplay from it. I've seen the story before, but it has been many years. So, I've basically forgotten the whole thing. And I watched the first episode of the HBO series yesterday, so I figured, let's give this game a try. So we've been trying it out. How are you guys doing? All year round, Christmas all year round content creators. I am not, Haven. I had a little bit belated of a Christmas, as I've come to visit Lozzie B in Australia. So we had our own Christmas and we put up a Christmas tree, but I do love Christmas quite a bit. Valheim is amazing and super addicting. Pushing for wanting to stream more again, been having a blast and hoping for this remote job so I can stream more. Oh, yo. Hey, fingers crossed for the remote job, my friend. I hope all goes well. Thank you so much for raiding over. No, Laws, we don't take it down. We don't take it down. It's beautiful. Yes, I'm doing well, Zombie. I am playing a bit of Last of Us today, which is heart-wrenching and so sad.
I've never seen anything like this, that's all.
But I wanted to give it a go because the series is coming out. Oh,
cool.
thank you. Thank you so much, Zombie.
Why don't you just take me back
Yeah,
to
I have
my
memory loss. I just have sudden memory loss. It's true.
Oh,
Oh, thank you. I was so
but
nervous.
your friend's chances of survival.
I was so nervous about applying for partner again because, you know, with traveling and the holidays and everything, I was like, I don't know if it's going to happen, but we fucking did it. So pleased. I have played It Takes Two, Haven. It was a very long time ago. I'm actually interested to play it again. They're calling it a remake because they had to remake the game to put it on the new console. Beyond that, it's 100% a remaster. The vast majority of changes are visual only. Ah, I see. I'm killing zombies at the moment, Zombie Hour, but not you. We believed in you. Oh, thanks. Did someone say Dr. Hakim? Have the rest of that big block I sent you if you'd like to read it now, that things are calmer, but I also don't want to clog chat with the same info without permission. Ooh, what did you say, Cinery? What did you say? But thank you so much for the raid, Zombie. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
She's a lot tougher than you think.
It don't matter. Because I doubt I can get
Oh, trying to get all the achievements on PS5. Oh, good luck. Good luck, Haven.
I wish there was some other option.
All the best. We have a few chatters who tend to do platinums for different games. Like I recently played God of War Ragnarok and we had some people in chat who tried to platinum those games and they did it within like 3 days. It's wild to me. Gonna hang in here while I settle down for now. Sounds good, Zombie. Sounds good. Combat and gameplay changed as well, including expanded accessibility and exploration options. Oh. The Toxoplasmosa.
Hey, buddy.
I think I did read part of it, but maybe I didn't read the whole thing. Oh, you got the platinum of It Takes Two. Oh, that's awesome. That game is beautiful. This is gorgeous, by the way. Just like this scene right here. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love platinum runs and achievement hunting. What would you say is the most fun game to get a platinum on? Or most, maybe not most fun, but most rewarding, maybe? This is just stunning, chat. Life is Strange. Oh, I love Life is Strange. Yeah, it's fun to do that because then you get different endings, right? You get different outcomes, which that can be fun as well. A big Life is Strange True Colors fan. I've been meaning to play True Colors. I played the original Life is Strange and I played Life is Strange Before the Storm. So I haven't played Life is Strange 2 or True Colors, and I've been wanting to play True Colors. Spider-Man was a nice one. Spider-Man for the PS4. That one's a fun one. That one is fun. Real parasites that can cause you to change your behavior. Toxoplasmosa, which hijacks the brains of mice to make them less afraid around cats so that they will be eaten, and the parasite can reproduce inside the cat. It can also infect humans, and is theorized to be a reason why Why people sometimes become crazy cat people, so it's entirely possible that the fungus makes people eat each other while completely conscious and awake. Oh yes, I've heard of this, Henry. I've actually heard of this. 130th 100% game on Steam the other day. Goddamn, 130? God damn. She's so cute. She's doing a little guitar riff. Handful of system changes, nothing major. I see. She's so cute. We love Ellie. We love Ellie. Chat, I feel like this is probably a good place for us to save. A new manual save. Let's do that. We do have some dinner plans today, so I want to make sure I wrap up quick enough for that. We've been going for approximately 5 hours. I will be back streaming, let's see, not tomorrow, but the next day. So for you guys, tomorrow is Tuesday. So I'll be back Wednesday, right? I'll be back Wednesday. Because today is Tuesday for me. So tomorrow is my Wednesday, but I won't be back here tomorrow. I'll be back the next day, which is my Thursday, which is your guys' Wednesday. Yes. I figured it out. So Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Yes, indeedy. So, my beautiful friends, we're going to find somebody to raid. Little mini Miley Cyrus looking ass. Why you gotta be so... She's a little cutie pie, isn't she? She's just the best. Thank you guys for hanging out for the stream. Thank you for the congrats. Made me feel very special. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid, shall we? I'm sorry for the shorter streams. While I'm in Australia, we're doing a little bit shorter of streams so that way I can still enjoy my time here in Aussie land while also continuing to stream. So I'll be back Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you guys for hanging out for the stream. Let's find someone to raid. Who we want to raid? Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Who be streaming? Who we want to raid? Ooh, we have a few options. Little cheeky little partner streams. Mayhaps. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Oh, nope, they're raiding. Okay. Never mind. We will raid someone else. Who else be streaming? We got some other people who are online. Wednesday's Lunar New Year? Is it really? Means I can get some extra sleep. Yeah, exactly. All the mods can get to bed early for the short streams. Is this your suggestion, Viz? Do we have a suggestion? Bum, 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 bum. What are they playing? Some Dead by Daylight? Mayhaps. Let's see how. Sorry, I'm being so obnoxious. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Supposed to sleep instead of procrastinate? Sleep is for the weak. Hey, Point is in this stream. Viz, we have a fellow Darian viewer over in this Dead by Daylight stream. Let's do it. So we're gonna be raiding to, what's this username? Saibiko, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The succulent judo guy has an 8-minute interview. I'm gonna have to check that out. It's an iconic man. He really talks like that. That's just his regular voice. That's just who he is. All right. We are raiding over to this lovely human suggested by Viz. Saibiko, I believe is how we're pronouncing it. This is our raid message. Be your lovely, kind, beautiful selves as you always do. And I'll be back here Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much for hanging out for the stream. I will see you guys then. Don't forget to check out my Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Discord, all of the above. Go check out the socials. There's a link there. Go check it out. Thanks for hanging. I will see you guys next time. Go check out my throne wish list. All right, farewell, my beautiful friends. Thank you so much for the stream. Farewell. Goodbye. Bye, OnlyFans, please. Bye!